3300.
Bill Holt Chevrolet in Blue Ridge has over 170 new Chevrolets on their way. Silverado, Equinox, Colorado, and more. Secure your new vehicle before it's gone. Now is the time to buy. For North Georgia's best truck inventory, there's only one name you need to know. Bill Holt Chevrolet in Blue Ridge.
When we have the food we need, we are at our best. We push further. We rise higher. We unlock our full potential. When we have the food we need, we make our communities stronger. Together, we can help everyone get the food they need to thrive. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/act now.
When it comes to your comfort, trust Climatrol Air Heating and Cooling. Customer service and customer care, that's who we are. Whether at your home or work, we're proud to bring you top-tier service. We are your local Carrier factory authorized dealer. We specialize in Carrier and service all major brands. We provide free estimates tailored to your needs with a 100% customer satisfaction guarantee. Our maintenance plans keep your system running smoothly and efficiently year-round. Locally owned and operated, Climatrol Air Heating and Cooling, where your comfort is our commitment.
Welcome to TBR Supply House, your one-stop shop for Western wear, Southern style. From the perfect pair of jeans to keep you comfortable and stylish, to belts and buckles that add a touch of flair, we've got it all. Need a new hat to keep the sun off your face? Or maybe some boots that'll take you from the ranch to the dance floor? We've got you covered. And with new products arriving daily, there's always something fresh waiting for you. Find us behind the McDonald's where the Blue Ridge Twin Cinema was. TBR Supply House, Western wear, Southern style.
Everyone has a ritual, that small thing to keep us focused. A habit we never skip, to clear our minds and elevate our performance.
But what do you do to keep your head in the game? To drown out the self-doubt and support your mental health. Because being your best isn't just about taking care of your body.
It's about taking care of your mental health. Discover the resources that you need to keep your mind focused and your mental health a priority.
El Rey Azteca Mexican restaurant. Tempt your taste buds with our authentic, from-scratch Mexican cuisine. Enjoy sizzling fajitas or our famous El Rey Azteca burrito. We've got a mouth-watering variety of dishes and desserts just for you. Relax on our patio, get cozy indoors, or unwind at our lively bar. There's a perfect spot for everyone. Come to El Rey Azteca Mexican restaurant for delicious food, great drinks, and fun, where every meal is a fiesta.
If I could be you, and you could be me for just 1 hour. If we could find a way to get inside each other's minds. Walk a mile in my shoes. Walk a mile in my shoes. Well, before you abuse, criticize, and accuse. Walk a mile in my shoes.
Discover the great outdoors with TBR Outdoors. We can't wait to become your #1 choice for quality outdoor gear in the North Georgia area. From top-of-the-line rifles, handguns, and shotguns to a wide selection of ammo, we've got you covered. Gear up for your next outdoor adventure with our durable and reliable hunting, hiking, and camping supplies. TBR Outdoors. Outdoor supplies to fuel your adventures in the North Georgia mountains and beyond.
Since 1994, North Georgia has called on Appalachian Propane for all its propane needs. Why propane? It's extremely affordable, efficient, and most of all, clean burning. Go green and think clean with propane. Our exceptional customer service and affordable rate has made us the best choice for residential, business, and farms throughout North Georgia. So the next time you think propane, think Appalachian Propane, a division of the Thomas Oil Company since 1960. Remember, go green and think clean with Appalachian Propane.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire, and how to control the flames. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Latrell's Hardware in Copper Hill, Tennessee is your one-stop do-it-yourself shop. We stock everything from fasteners, electrical and plumbing parts, power tools,
Animal feed, and so much more.
Save yourself a trip or two into town and come see us at Latrell's Hardware
On Highway 68 in Copper Hill, next to Runway Fireworks.
or give us a call at 423-548-3300.
Bill Holt Chevrolet in Blue Ridge has over 170 new Chevrolets on their way. Silverado, Equinox, Colorado, and more. Secure your new vehicle before it's gone. Now is the time to buy. For North Georgia's best truck inventory, there's only one name you need to know. Bill Holt Chevrolet in Blue Ridge.
When we have the food we need, we are at our best. We push further. We rise higher. We unlock our full potential. When we have the food we need, we make our communities stronger. Together, we can help everyone get the food they need to thrive. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow.
When it comes to your comfort, trust Climatrol Air Heating and Cooling. Customer service and customer care, that's who we are. Whether at your home or work, we're proud to bring you top-tier service. We are your local Carrier factory authorized dealer. We specialize in Carrier and service all major brands. We provide free estimates tailored to your needs with a 100% customer satisfaction guarantee. Our maintenance plans keep your system running smoothly and efficiently year-round. Locally owned and operated, Climatrol Air Heating and Cooling, where your comfort is our commitment.
Welcome to TBR Supply House, your one-stop shop for Western wear, Southern style. From the perfect pair of jeans to keep you comfortable and stylish, to belts and buckles that add a touch of flair, we've got it all. Need a new hat to keep the sun off your face? Or maybe some boots that'll take you from the ranch to the dance floor? We've got you covered. And with new products arriving daily, there's always something fresh waiting for you. Find us behind the McDonald's where the Blue Ridge Twin Cinema was. TBR Supply House, Western wear, Southern style.
Everyone has a ritual, that small thing to keep us focused. A habit we never skip, to clear our minds and elevate our performance.
But what do you do to keep your head in the game? To drown out the self-doubt and support your mental health. Because being your best isn't just about taking care of your body.
It's about taking care of your mental health. Discover the resources that you need to keep your mind focused and your mental health a priority.
El Rey Azteca Mexican restaurant. Tempt your taste buds with our authentic, from-scratch Mexican cuisine. Enjoy sizzling fajitas or our famous El Rey Azteca burrito. We've got a mouth-watering variety of dishes and desserts just for you. Relax on our patio, get cozy indoors, or unwind at our lively bar. There's a perfect spot for everyone. Come to El Rey Azteca Mexican restaurant for delicious food, great drinks, and fun, where every meal is a fiesta.
If I could be you, and you could be me for just 1 hour. If we could find a way to get inside each other's minds. Walk a mile in my shoes. Walk a mile in my shoes. Well, before you abuse, criticize, and accuse. Walk a mile in my shoes.
Discover the great outdoors with TBR Outdoors. We can't wait to become your #1 choice for quality outdoor gear in the North Georgia area. From top-of-the-line rifles, handguns, and shotguns to a wide selection of ammo, we've got you covered. Gear up for your next outdoor adventure with our durable and reliable hunting, hiking, and camping supplies. TBR Outdoors. Outdoor supplies to fuel your adventures in the North Georgia mountains and beyond.
Since 1994, North Georgia has called on Appalachian Propane for all its propane needs. Why propane? It's extremely affordable, efficient, and most of all, clean burning. Go green and think clean with propane. Our exceptional customer service and affordable rate has made us the best choice for residential, business, and farms throughout North Georgia. So the next time you think propane, think Appalachian Propane, a division of the Thomas Oil Company since 1960. Remember, go green and think clean with Appalachian Propane.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire, and how to control the flames. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Latrell's Hardware in Copper Hill, Tennessee is your one-stop do-it-yourself shop. We stock everything from fasteners, electrical and plumbing parts, power tools,
animal feed, and so much more.
Save yourself a trip or two into town and come see us at Latrell's Hardware
on Highway 68 in Copper Hill, next to Runway Fireworks.
Or give us a call at 423-548-3300.
Bill Holt Chevrolet in Blue Ridge has over 170 new Chevrolets on their way. Silverado, Equinox, Colorado, and more. Secure your new vehicle before it's gone. Now is the time to buy. For North Georgia's best truck inventory, there's only one name you need to know. Bill Holt Chevrolet in Blue Ridge.
When we have the food we need, we are at our best. We push further. We rise higher. We unlock our full potential. When we have the food we need, we make our communities stronger. Together, we can help everyone get the food they need to thrive. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow.
When it comes to your comfort, trust Climatrol Air Heating and Cooling. Customer service and customer care, that's who we are. Whether at your home or work, we're proud to bring you top-tier service. We are your local Carrier factory authorized dealer. We specialize in Carrier and service all major brands. We provide free estimates tailored to your needs with a 100% customer satisfaction guarantee. Our maintenance plans keep your system running smoothly and efficiently year-round. Locally owned and operated, Climatrol Air Heating and Cooling, where your comfort is our commitment.
Welcome to TBR Supply House, your one-stop shop for Western wear, Southern style. From the perfect pair of jeans to keep you comfortable and stylish, to belts and buckles that add a touch of flair, we've got it all. Need a new hat to keep the sun off your face? Or maybe some boots that'll take you from the ranch to the dance floor? We've got you covered. And with new products arriving daily, there's always something fresh waiting for you. Find us behind the McDonald's where the Blue Ridge Twin Cinema was. TBR Supply House, Western wear, Southern style.
Everyone has a ritual, that small thing to keep us focused. A habit we never skip, to clear our minds and elevate our performance.
But what do you do to keep your head in the game? To drown out the self-doubt and support your mental health. Because being your best isn't just about taking care of your body.
It's about taking care of your mental health. Discover the resources that you need to keep your mind focused and your mental health a priority.
El Rey Azteca Mexican restaurant. Tempt your taste buds with our authentic, from-scratch Mexican cuisine. Enjoy sizzling fajitas or our famous El Rey Azteca burrito. We've got a mouth-watering variety of dishes and desserts just for you. Relax on our patio, get cozy indoors, or unwind at our lively bar. There's a perfect spot for everyone. Come to El Rey Azteca Mexican restaurant for delicious food, great drinks, and fun, where every meal is a fiesta.
If I could be you, and you could be me for just 1 hour. If we could find a way to get inside minds. Walk a mile in my shoes. Walk a mile in my shoes.
One choice for quality outdoor gear in the North Georgia area. From top-of-the-line rifles, handguns, and shotguns to a wide selection of ammo, we've got you covered. Gear up for your next outdoor adventure with our durable and reliable hunting, hiking, and camping supplies. TBR Outdoors. Outdoor supplies to fuel your adventures in the North Georgia mountains and beyond.
Since 1994, North Georgia has called on Appalachian Propane for all its propane needs. Why propane? It's extremely affordable, efficient, and most of all, clean burning. Go green and think clean with propane. Our exceptional customer service and affordable rate has made us the best choice for residential, business, and farms throughout North Georgia. So the next time you think propane, think Appalachian Propane, a division of the Thomas Oil Company since 1960. Remember, go green and think clean with Appalachian Propane. Since 1994, North Georgia has called on Appalachian Propane for all its propane needs. Why propane? It's extremely affordable, efficient, and most of all, clean burning. Go green and think clean with propane. Our exceptional customer service and affordable rate has made and farms throughout North Georgia. So the next time you think propane, think Propane, a division of the Thomas Oil Company since 1960. Remember, go green and think clean with Appalachian Propane. Since 1994, North Georgia has called on Appalachian Propane for all its propane needs. Why propane? It's extremely affordable, efficient, and most of all, clean burning. Go green and think clean with propane. Our exceptional customer service and affordable rate has made us the best choice for residential, business, and farms throughout North Georgia. So the next time you think propane, think Appalachian Propane, a division of the Thomas Oil Company since 1960. Remember, go green and think clean with Appalachian Propane. Since 19...
Okay. Still can't hear myself. Okay. Yeah, I can hear it now. Okay. Yes, I can. Yes.
Since 1994, North Georgia has called on Appalachian Propane for all its propane needs. Why propane? It's extremely affordable, efficient, and most of all, clean burning. Go green and think clean with propane. Our exceptional customer service and affordable rate has made us the best choice for residential, business, and farms throughout North Georgia. So the next time you think propane, think Appalachian Propane, a division of the Thomas Oil Company since 1960. Remember, go green and think clean with Appalachian Propane.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire, and how to control the flames. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Latrell's Hardware in Copper Hill, Tennessee is your one-stop do-it-yourself shop. We stock everything from fasteners, electrical and plumbing parts, power tools,
Animal feed, and so much more.
Save yourself a trip or two into town and come see us at Latrell's Hardware
On Highway 68 in Copper Hill, next to Runway Fireworks.
or give us a call at 423-548-3300.
Welcome to Huff Mosley Memorial Stadium. It is the 47th meeting all time between the Fannin County Rebels and the Gilmer County Bobcats. Jeremy Green here on our countdown to kickoff on ETC, and it is a little bit different than what you normally see. The sun is brightly shining. It's Saturday morning here. We are sort of making up what was supposed to be the first game of the year last night. Thunderstorms all night long. So we are here, 11 o'clock kick for these two teams, and we're really, really excited about it. Dell Land will join us shortly, but we're going to go down to the field here in just a second. And the third member of our crew, Donna Enos, is here. And Coach, this is a little bit different than anything we're used to. Nice and toasty down there on the field, but maybe better than being struck by lightning like could have happened last night.
What a difference a few hours makes. I mean, we had a laser light show here last night, and beautiful sunlight today, and it's going to be a great day for football. Absolutely. And so, Coach, just talk to us for a second about what we can expect today between these two teams. Well, I tell you what, first game of the season, you've got to work a lot of kinks out, but, you know, they both had scrimmage games and kind of got their feet under them, but we'll just see kind of, you know, who is a little bit ahead of the other today. I know both teams are really going to be wanting this game to start with, but not only that, but because it's the rival. Yeah, absolutely. 26-18-2. Gilmer leads the all-time series. Fannin, though, today, according to the experts, a 4-point favorite. So only time will tell. We'll see what happens. We're going to go take a quick break, and when we come back, we will hear from head coaches. We will get you ready for the game, and we will have the kick live right here on ETC.
Latrell's Hardware in Copper Hill, Tennessee is your one-stop do-it-yourself shop. We stock everything from fasteners, electrical and plumbing parts, power tools,
animal feed, and so much more.
Save yourself a trip or two into town and come see us at Latrell's Hardware
on Highway 68 in Copper Hill, next to Runway Fireworks.
Or give us a call at 423-548-3300.
It is time for Friday Night Lights. Football season is finally here. Jeremy Green with Fannin County head coach Chad Cheatham. And Coach, I feel like we've been doing this a while. This is year 7 for you back at the helm here at Fannin. And so talk about the excitement that exists around this program this year.
Yeah, I like where we're at. And I like how what the community is, the vibe is in the community and the way that they've embraced this team. And you know, obviously every year you comes and goes, and you have to morph your team, and the community changes a little bit. But we're excited about it, and I'm just ready to play play some football.
Yeah, so
I think they are too.
Yeah, absolutely. So, another year to the postseason last year. You lose in the first round, which you're not used to, and a little bit of disappointment there. But as you get ready to start a new year, I think there is a lot of excitement and expectation, particularly with the youngsters that you've got coming up. So talk about your team and maybe what changes we're going to see this year.
Well, one of the good things is from an offensive and defensive standpoint, we really didn't lose a lot of starters. And so our senior class has quite a bit of experience. Our junior class has quite a bit of experience. And then, we fill those in with those upcoming ninth graders, which is a very good class, as you know. And then the sophomores that are already here that's been in it. And I think it's very beneficial, not just for this year, but obviously for the next few years to come.
Yeah, and so since you've come here, and the bar has been raised for Fannin football, and so as you shift into another season, there's a lot of changes, right? So the opponents you've played, region realignment was a big story across the state, and so talk about some of the teams that we're going to see that are different, and what you see with this new classification now and new region.
Well, a lot of them, we either played last year, or some of them we played last year, or the previous year, such as Coosa, Dade, some of those guys. There's a couple of new ones in there like Gordon Lee and Armurchie, but there's been a lot of coaching turnover over there, as we talked about earlier. So I'll be honest with you, I got to get through game 1, 2, 3 with Gilmer, Raven, and Union, and then we get a week off and we can focus in on going into the region and seeing what's out there. But these first are certainly very big.
Yeah, so let's talk about them. The one that the folks at home care about, of course, this Friday, it will be you traveling down to Gilmer. It's a rivalry. I think there's a lot of respect, between you and Coach Standard, especially to veterans. We talked earlier, this is year 30 for you, year 40 for him. But not a lot of love lost between some of the fans and stuff as well. So talk about what it means,
I think for our fan base and for our kids, I mean, it is. It's anytime Gilmer comes here or we go there, it's definitely a rivalry game. There's definitely an excitement. It's an uptick. It's usually falls around game 1 or game 2, and people are really excited. And so for me, I think I try to keep the main thing, and just take it one week at a time. I mean, you try not to get so what's the word I'm looking for? So hyped for this that you lose sight of, you got all these things coming up, and you got to protect your kids, and you got to make right decisions early based on what you've got, and it's a rivalry for our kids, for our fans, but it sure is fun to. Also get to coach against Coach Standard and his crew, and I always enjoy that moment. I think it's special.
Yeah, absolutely. Game 2 for you will be special for you. It's your origin story, right?
Yeah,
you started out at Raven in your first
95, year. Yeah.
So that's a big game for that team coming in here.
That is, and we get them here, which that's going to be interesting. A lot of those guys that coach over there played for me. And then a lot of them that coached with me there way back when, or some of them are still there. And of course they have quite a few new staff members, but same fan base, great community, great families, and look forward to that one.
Yeah, then game 3, one that probably sticks in your craw from last year a little bit, Union. Sure. This is a big rivalry game, and one that you'd really like to get back on top of. You go there, so talk about the challenges of traveling up to Union.
Yeah, well, I mean, we play Gilmer and Union away, and that's always scary. Traveling to Union, again, great coaching staff, great kids. I really love the fact that the 515 from Pickens all the way, to Union, those kids are so well coached, and they're such good athletes. I mean, we play good football up here in the mountains, and then you go even further, even towns with Rockmore, and you get over to Raven. I mean, that's pretty special for mountain schools, be able to play and compete with each other. I hadn't got to Union or Raven yet. People want to talk about Raven. Ravens call because we scrimmage white, and they play them this Friday. But our focus is on Gilmer and trying to slow those guys down, and then trying to move the football, and it's going to be tough.
Yeah, so we're looking forward to Friday. Lots of action. It'll be two veterans, two great coaching staffs going against each other. And Coach, over the last 7 years, a lot of special memories have been made, right here on this field. And so we're looking forward to another year full of those, and we appreciate always you being so gracious with your time.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys. I enjoy it.
Yes, sir. Good luck, Coach.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Latrell's
Holt Chevrolet in Blue Ridge has over 170 new Chevrolets on their way. Silverado, Equinox, Colorado, and more. Secure your new vehicle before it's gone. Now is the time to buy. For North Georgia's best truck inventory, there's only one name you need to know. Bill Holt Chevrolet in Blue Ridge.
When we have the food we need, we are at our best. We push further. We rise higher. We unlock our full potential. When we have the food we need, we make our communities stronger. Together, we can help everyone get the food they need to thrive. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/act now.
When it comes to your comfort, trust Climatrol Air Heating and Cooling. Customer service and customer care, that's who we are. Whether at your home or work, we're proud to bring you top-tier service. We are your local Carrier factory authorized dealer. We specialize in Carrier and service all major brands. We provide free estimates tailored to your needs with a 100% customer satisfaction guarantee. Our maintenance plans keep your system running smoothly and efficiently year-round. Locally owned and operated, Climatrol Air Heating and Cooling, where your comfort is our commitment.
Welcome to TBR Supply House, your one-stop shop for Western wear, Southern style. From the perfect pair of jeans to keep you comfortable and stylish, to belts and buckles that add a touch of flair, we've got it all. Need a new hat to keep the sun off your face? Or maybe some boots that'll take you from the ranch to the dance floor? We've got you covered. And with new products arriving daily, there's always something fresh waiting for you. Find us behind the McDonald's where the Blue Ridge Twin Cinema was. TBR Supply House, Western wear, Southern style.
Everyone has a ritual, that small thing to keep us focused. A habit we never skip, to clear our minds and elevate our performance.
But what do you do to keep your head in the game? To drown out the self-doubt and support your mental health. Because being your best isn't just about taking care of your body.
It's about taking care of your mental health. Discover the resources that you need to keep your mind focused and your mental health a priority.
El Rey Azteca Mexican restaurant. Tempt your taste buds with our authentic, from-scratch Mexican cuisine. Enjoy sizzling fajitas or our famous El Rey Azteca burrito. We've got a mouth-watering variety of dishes and desserts just for you. Relax on our patio, get cozy indoors, or unwind at our lively bar. There's a perfect spot for everyone. Come to El Rey Azteca Mexican restaurant for delicious food, great drinks, and fun, where every meal is a fiesta.
If I could be you, and you could be me for just 1 hour. If we could find a way to get inside each other's minds. Walk a mile in my shoes. Walk a mile in my shoes. Well, before you abuse, criticize, and accuse. Walk a mile in my shoes.
Discover the great outdoors with TBR Outdoors. We can't wait to become your #1 choice for quality outdoor gear in the North Georgia area. From top-of-the-line rifles, handguns, and shotguns to a wide selection of ammo, we've got you covered. Gear up for your next outdoor adventure with our durable and reliable hunting, hiking, and camping supplies. TBR Outdoors. Outdoor supplies to fuel your adventures in the North Georgia mountains and beyond.
Since 1994, North Georgia has called on Appalachian Propane for all its propane needs. Why propane? It's extremely affordable, efficient, and most of all, clean burning. Go green and think clean with propane. Our exceptional customer service and affordable rate has made us the best choice for residential, business, and farms throughout North Georgia. So the next time you think propane, think Appalachian Propane, a division of the Thomas Oil Company since 1960. Remember, go green and think clean with Appalachian Propane.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. how to safely build a fire, and how to control the flames. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Latrell's Hardware in Copper Hill, Tennessee is your one-stop do-it-yourself shop. We stock everything from fasteners, electrical and plumbing parts, power tools,
animal feed, and so much more.
Save yourself a trip or two into town and come see us at Latrell's Hardware
on Highway 68 in Copper Hill, next to Runway Fireworks.
Or give us a call at 423-548-3300.
Welcome back to Huff Mosley Memorial Stadium. Jeremy Green here with Donna Enos. Dell Land will be joining us shortly, and you saw there some thoughts from head coach Chad Cheatham and his team. Like, high expectations this year. They finished 5-6 last year, losing the first round of the playoffs, but they come into this year preseason number 13, down a classification, now a single A team, and a schedule that lines up pretty favorably, and a very relaxed Chad Cheatham that we saw in that interview. And so his team looking, to make some big steps. They do jump up 2 classifications to play Gilmer, but, this is a rivalry game that has been played for a long time and one that they are used to. So it should be interesting. It'll be a lot about X's and O's today, as you heard Coach Cheatham talk about. So we're really looking forward to that, looking forward to a great matchup. Gilmer, on the other hand, we will hear from Coach Paul Standard at halftime. They're coming off arguably one of their best seasons ever, 7-5 last year. Go on the road and win a playoff game against a really good Adairsville team. And so when you're a number 4 and you beat a number 1, that's a pretty impressive game. They go on the road and almost win their second round game. And so they are coming into this year with some younger players that have grown up and a really renewed set of expectations for them. And so it'll be interesting to sort of see how that plays out. And we'll talk more about their program as we go along as well, but this one should be good. Both teams seem evenly matched. Fannin, as we said, a slight favorite, but that means nothing, especially on a hot Saturday. So should be a great game. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we will hear from the Hall of Famer Dell Land. We will talk with Donna Enos, and we will get you ready for the kick. Saturday morning football right here on ETC.
Bill Holt Chevrolet in Blue Ridge has over 170 new Chevrolets on their way. Silverado, Equinox, Colorado, and more. Secure your new vehicle before it's gone. Now is the time to buy. For North Georgia's best truck inventory, there's only one name you need to know. Bill Holt Chevrolet in Blue Ridge. Bill Holt Chevrolet in Blue Ridge has over 170 new Chevrolets on their way. Silverado, Equinox, Colorado, and more. Secure your new vehicle before it's gone. Now is the time to buy. For North Georgia's best truck inventory, there's only one name you need to know. Bill Holt Chevrolet in Blue Ridge. Bill Holt Chevrolet in Blue Ridge has over 100.
When we have the food we need, we are at our best. We push further. We rise higher. We unlock our full potential. When we have the food we need, we make our communities stronger. Together, we can help everyone get the food they need to thrive. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/act now.
When it comes to your comfort, trust Climatrol Air Heating and Cooling. Customer service and customer care, that's who we are. Whether at your home or work, we're proud to bring you top-tier service. We are your local Carrier factory authorized dealer. We specialize in Carrier and service all major brands. We provide free estimates tailored to your needs with a 100% customer satisfaction guarantee. Our maintenance plans keep your system running smoothly and efficiently year-round. Locally owned and operated, Climatrol Air Heating and Cooling, where your comfort is our commitment.
Welcome to TBR Supply House, your one-stop shop for Western wear, Southern style. From the perfect pair of jeans to keep you comfortable and stylish, to belts and buckles that add a touch of flair, we've got it all. Need a new hat to keep the sun off your face? Or maybe some boots that'll take you from the ranch to the dance floor? We've got you covered. And with new products arriving daily, there's always something fresh waiting for you. Find us behind the McDonald's where the Blue Ridge Twin Cinema was. TBR Supply House. Western wear, Southern style.
Everyone has a ritual, that small thing to keep us focused. A habit we never skip. to clear our minds and elevate our performance.
But what do you do to keep your head in the game? To drown out the self-doubt and support your mental health. Because being your best isn't just about taking care of your body.
It's about taking care of your mental health. Discover the resources that you need to keep your mind focused and your mental health a priority.
El Rey Azteca Mexican restaurant. Tempt your taste buds with our authentic, from-scratch Mexican cuisine. Enjoy sizzling fajitas or our famous El Rey Azteca burrito. We've got a mouth-watering variety of dishes and desserts just for you. Relax on our patio, get cozy indoors, or unwind at our lively bar. There's a perfect spot for everyone. Come to El Rey Azteca Mexican restaurant for delicious food, great drinks, and fun, where every meal is a fiesta.
If I could be you, and you could be me for just 1 hour. If we could find a way to get inside each other's minds. Walk a mile in my shoes. Walk a mile in my shoes. Well, before you abuse, criticize, and accuse. Walk a mile in my shoes.
Welcome back to the ETC Countdown to Kickoff. Jeremy Green, the illustrious Dell Land, has joined us with Donna Enos. And Dell, we mentioned this game. This is the 47th playing of this game. You've been here for most of those 47. Talk about what this game means.
Pretty much all of them, I think. So anytime you're playing a rivalry, it's important. But I think most folks in Fannin and Gilmer know, although it's a rivalry game and both teams want to win, it doesn't really rise to the level of Pickens Gilmer in terms of not only the history but sort of the vitriol there, the intensity, if you will. But it is a great game, and it's a great game to start the season, and it's always important for these two schools to get together, whether it's football, basketball, baseball. It's always competitive, fairly evenly broken down over the years. And the thing is that's new and different for all of us, because I did my first game in 1977. I've never done a Saturday morning high school football game. This is a first. So if you live long enough, you do everything one time, right?
I don't know if it's a treat or not. It's pretty hot, but we're here for it, right? And
it's a whole different thing, though. That's the point, is when you're playing at 7:30, the feel is completely different than when you're in here playing at 11 o'clock in the morning, and it's still summer and it's hot and the heat's different at 11 and 12 and 1 and 2 when this thing's going to be played. Depth's going to be an issue.
Yeah, pregame meal, I think, was at 9 o'clock this morning for these teams, or maybe even before then, but adjusting to that. Let's talk about these two head coaches for a minute. So a lot of respect between the two. They talk multiple times a week. They're great guys. They're great friends. Chad Cheatham in his 30th year of coaching, Paul Standard in his 40th. However, they both want to win a lot. And so there will be a competitive edge to this game, I think.
Well, there's no doubt. So the reason why you're in coaching for 40 years or 30 years is because you like to win. That's right. And you've had some success figuring out how to do that. And both of these coaches have accomplished great things in North Georgia mountain counties, and they're very good at what they do. They've both coached with some great coaches, and so there's no question their teams are going to reflect that. They're going to be sound fundamentally. They're going to stick to what they know how to do, and then they're going to try to perfect that.
Yeah, absolutely. Chad Cheatham 3-1 against the Bobcats, so he has that in his favor. He and Standard are 1-1 so far. Fannin won last year, so it should be interesting to see. Don Enos, you're down there on the field. You've been in North Georgia for a while, too. This game means a lot to folks in both counties.
It really does. I mean, this is a fun game to cover. I mean, it's Saturday morning. It's like y'all been talking about. This is so different. So, whichever team can really adapt is going to be a key. So,
Donna, we're going to put you on the spot here just a couple of minutes before the kick. Give us, if not a score prediction, some sort of prediction about how this unfolds today.
Well, I've looked at it yesterday, and I think maybe a slight edge to Fannin because they were so young last year. They only lost 4 seniors. And Gilmer, they lost 12, but 7 of those were linemen. And that's what is so key for the Bobcats is the linemen. So, maybe a slight edge to the Rebels, but I think it's going to be a close game.
Well, Coach, we're going to make sure that you get plenty of water sent down there throughout the day, and so you'll have a nice suntan when the day's over, if nothing else, right?
For sure, it is warm.
All right, so some pretty good analysis there from Coach, especially in what we're going to see today. Those linemen matter. So what do you think, Dale? How are we going to see this play out today?
Yeah, so the linemen definitely matter, and I think the number of seniors you have and juniors you have, your upperclassmen, definitely matter. I think both of these schools have plenty of that. They have, they also have their system. So for Gilmer, the system that Coach Standard employs, that system is not one that requires, you know, a huge emphasis on line, because you're sort of only blocking half the field, you know, which direction you go. So I think that still plays into it. But honestly, for me, I think it's the condition. Who best adapts to the change? We've had a significant change. Everybody was warming up, ready to play last night. The game stopped. Everything in your week is out of sync now for the coaches as well as the players and you and I. And so how do you adapt to playing at 11 o'clock in the morning? Second thing is always early in the year turnovers. Gilmer County runs an offense that is designed to reduce the number of possessions in a game. If you turn the ball over very much at all, you change that. Fannin plays a lot broader scheme on offense, and so not so much an issue for them. But how do you handle the change? How do you adapt? And how do you handle the turnovers?
Yeah, so you talk about the offense. So Fannin, of course, in their second year under a new offensive coordinator, Coach Woodall, so we'll see if they feel more comfortable. But should be an interesting game there. Coin toss going on the field, and we'll see who's going to get the ball first in just a second. Fannin with some new helmets, freshly painted, new decals, and so those are looking pretty sharp. We'll see what's going to happen here at the beginning of the game. You know that the Cats would like to get that ball and keep it for the whole first quarter if they could. And we've seen that almost happen a few times. Very detailed explanation going on down there about the coin, Dale.
Yeah.
So we all wait in anticipation. The coin has been tossed.
Thank you.
So we'll see what the explanation is.
I think Gilmer had the choice, so we'll see. They're probably going to take it in the second half. That's usually but they're not. They're going to take the ball. So there you go.
Yeah, I like that.
Shows you
if
what
you're going to try to control the game, you know, you want to make sure that you do that. So Gilmer will get the ball first, and we are just over a minute from kickoff. We'll step aside for 30 seconds, and when we come back, it will be the Bobcats and the Rebels live on a Saturday morning.
Discover the great outdoors with TBR Outdoors. We can't wait to become your #1 choice for quality outdoor gear in the North Georgia area. From top-of-the-line rifles, handguns, and shotguns to a wide selection of ammo, we've got you covered. Gear up for your next outdoor adventure with our durable and reliable hunting, hiking, and camping supplies. TBR Outdoors. Outdoor supplies to fuel your adventures in the North Georgia mountains and beyond.
We are back. Both teams are ready to run on to Pettit Field. We are in Ellijay, Georgia. It is a beautiful Saturday morning. It's Military and First Responder Day, and so you will see a lot of tributes to our soldiers and veterans and our first responders, and that's always a cool thing, Dale.
It's a great thing to do, and I love the fact that for the past few years they've done that on the first game of the season, and you see the American flags leading the charge onto the field for the Bobcats.
So Bobcats are there, and now it's the Rebels who enter the field of play in the road white jerseys. And there we see Coach Chad Cheatham leading his troops. And listen, it's going to be an exciting day. If nothing else, it is something that's been long anticipated. The first game of the year, and last night that was sort of taken away from us, right? You didn't get to see it, but now finally, after more waiting, we're ready to go.
Well, last night was an incredible light show.
Absolutely.
So there were lots of interesting lightning formations firing all around, and you cannot fault the administration of both of these schools for keeping safety first and making sure that no one got hurt. So hopefully we're going to be okay today, at least in the early afternoon, it looks like.
By the way, down the road at Pickens, they got halfway through the first quarter and had to call it a night. 14-0. The Dragons trail Pepperell. They will resume at 6 o'clock tonight.
What's up, fellas?
So we are just about ready. It'll be Matthew Ponton, the junior kicker, who starts the action for this 2024 season. And just like that, we are underway. Little short dribbler. Bobcats got to get on top of it, and is going to be Fannin football to start the game. The little squib bobbled by the Cats, and oh my, how the plans will change now. And
turnover on the very first
mess.
play of the game. Yeah, that's exactly what you don't want to have happen after you go to the, step out there and say, we want the ball first. Let's let the offense execute, and lose it on the kickoff. Just a squib kick, wasn't handled, and there you go.
When Coach Standard goes to his next doctor's appointment, they say, Coach, why is your blood pressure high? He can show them that. I mean, that just absolutely, completely ruins what you had planned, but it happens. So now Fannin gets a little early start. The wide receiver over there, Tucker Dockery, got a little head start.
Interesting defensive formation for the Bobcats, not really playing a true safety, or at least not a safety in the sense that they're 10, 12 yards off the line of scrimmage. They were up in the box.
So now Chad Cheatham gets his turn to be aggravated with his team. Wide receiver just starts a little bit early.
Yeah, you're in a great position. You're 1st and 10. You're deep in the opponent's territory, and you get a penalty on the first play. Both of these teams adjusting to that. 11 o'clock. Looks like the quarterback's being sent out.
An equipment issue. We saw him talking. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
You're going to have to put the backup quarterback in.
So nothing going right so far in this game for either team. But an official timeout to deal with that. And so it will be the backup, and that's Elijah Weaver, the senior. He's been the starting quarterback, but so now he's out there, and he will hand it off to Carson Callahan, and he gets a very short gain. Today, Carson Callahan's birthday. So, hey, on your birthday, you get the first touch of the game. It's a little short gain over to the right side, and it will be 2nd down Rebels.
Callahan is a good running back and has done a great job for the Rebels all year last year for sure. Expect more of that this year. But still, they're completely empty set in the backfield.
Lawson Sullivan, the starter, back out there. And they'll look to throw it. Looking for a man. They're going to go deep, and he will connect for a Rebel touchdown. That is Elijah Weaver. Little something to say down there in the end zone to Kyle Coward, and just like that, 7-0 Rebels, and not what you want if you're a Bobcat fan.
No, just a straight post to where a safety would normally be in a more traditional lineup, and the Bobcats did not have that covered or didn't have help, if that's what they were looking for. And so quick store, Rebels turn the turnover into a touchdown.
So anybody that you ask in Gilmer this week leading up to this game, if they were being truthful, the area of concern for them was that secondary, and Fannin exposes it very quickly.
Yep, definitely.
So we will step aside for 30 seconds. 7-0 Rebels.
Since 1994, North Georgia has called on Appalachian Propane for all its propane needs. Why propane? It's extremely affordable, efficient, and most of all, clean burning. Go green and think clean with propane. Our exceptional customer service and affordable rate has made us the best choice for residential, business, and farms throughout North Georgia. So the next time you think propane, think Appalachian Propane, a division of the Thomas Oil Company since 1960. Remember, go green and think clean with Appalachian Propane. Since 1994, North Georgia has called on Appalachian Propane for all its propane.
Fannin 7, Gilmer 0 early in this first quarter. And so, Dell, if you were to write the script for Gilmer, you would have ripped it up by now, right? Nothing like it's supposed to happen, but you're down 1 score and you're getting the ball back, so you got to have a short memory.
You're exactly right. Especially early in the game, you have to have a short memory. But listen, that's the reason why coaches coach up so hard in the turnover area, because that's exactly the kind of thing that you experience when you turn the ball over, especially early. But early is when you want it to happen, because there's plenty of time to overcome it. But you got to get to work overcoming it. That's for sure.
So the up men will be a little more aware and prepared this time. See if that ball comes their way. And timeout going to be taken down there.
Yeah, I did see him do that, but I'm not sure what the official timeout's for.
So Don Anus is down on the field. Coach, if you are a Gilmer fan, we know how you feel, but if you're wearing blue, you have to be really happy with the way this one started out.
Well, you couldn't ask for anything better. I mean, you're going to get the kickoff at half, starting the second half, so it's almost like you got a true extra possession.
So that's you're happy if you're Fannin. You're happy, Coach, too. You had the view from the other end of the field. That touchdown pass was absolutely perfectly executed.
It really was. I mean, it couldn't have been any better. I mean, it was beautiful to see from the field.
You see there behind Coach Enos, the Gilmer Bobcat band here in T-shirt and shorts to sort of deal with the heat. The Fannin band over there in short sleeves as well. So you shed the uniforms for this first game.
Yeah, hydration's definitely going to be an issue today. It's an issue every time you play football, but it's certainly an issue in a day game.
So it looks like we have found the problem. It was with the sticks over there. They have thrown away one of the yard markers, and now they're coming with a brand new one. Chain gang, trying to get going early. So listen, anything that can go wrong has gone wrong for Gilmer, from equipment malfunctions to turnovers to some bad defense. Just a mess for Fannin. Look, you've had some problems too. Your quarterback had to go out with blood on his hand. He got a false start. So first game jitters very evident, but you got to get them out.
Oh yeah, you have to play through them and adjust. This drive, although it doesn't have to end in a touchdown, the Bobcats need to definitely show a little something on this drive to sort of keep the game in check, to keep it from getting away.
So here we go. Let's see what the Fannin special teams unit does this time. They already have one win. This time they're going to kick it deeper. It is taken, a returnable kick. Gilmer had a chance for some decent field position, but Fannin covers it well, and it will be 1st and 10 there. Kyle Cowart on the return.
Fannin did a great job of covering on that. Impressed with them early. They're doing all the stuff right that they're supposed to do.
So we'll see what the coach standards, plural, Paul and PG, have in mind here for this first offensive possession. Coach talking to his quarterback. If you're Gilmer, do you try to, maybe catch him off guard here? Maybe that was your plan earlier, or do you just hand it off and say, let's see if you can stop us?
Well, I think you do what you do best, and that's running the football.
So here we go. Little option football on a Saturday morning here for the Cats. 1st and 10 from the 20, and it will be a toss out wide, and there is a whole lot of running room. I tell you what, may have had more luck if he cut outside.
Cut outside or cut inside, anything but run right up the blocker's back, right? But still, it's a great gain. It's a little over 5, almost at 6, give him, so 2nd and 4.
I believe that was Callahan out there with the carry.
I noticed the Rebels very aggressive on the receiver side, right up against the line of scrimmage. And again, they're not playing a very deep safety either.
So going to be some one-on-one opportunities, you would imagine, in this system. That one going to be kept by the quarterback, Rellinger, and looks like the ball is on the ground, and if that's another turnover, it's going to be big trouble. But the official coming in says that ball was on the ground. So break there for the Bobcats.
Or the player was on the ground.
Yeah, player, was on the ground, down by contact. So lucky
and it was
there.
enough for a first down.
So Rellinger with a good decision and a good carry. And Del, we've talked at great length before. This is a decision-based offense, and the guy that has to make that decision is wearing number 4.
Well, and if you're optimistic about the Bobcats this year, that's really where it's at. You've got a quarterback that it's 3rd year in this system. That's very rare. And if you're 3 years in this system, you're good at making decisions by now. Fannin really stacking the line of scrimmage tight.
So that one pitched out wide as well. Good job by Fannin to recover that time. Big hit over there on Bubba Callahan. Callahan, as a sophomore, really a key part of this offense. Even more a key on defense from that linebacker position. Also the punter, so he may lose a couple pounds today.
Yeah, but he picks up 5, and in this offense, if you can pick up more than 3, that's all you're looking for. I mean, it's not all. I mean, you want to get all you can get, but really, if you're getting over 3, you're going to get to the 10.
Second down, 5 yards to go. That one will be kept up the middle. Nothing really going that time.
Great hit on the inside there by number 23 for the Rebels, C.J. Reese. That is a heads-up tackle in the hole.
But the fullback, a very important part of this offense. You got to keep running Wyatt Stokes up the middle.
That's exactly right, because it makes the wide runs stay in your game. And he still picked up a couple. Look at that. I mean, that's your 3rd down and 3, and that's makeable 3rd down. That's where you want to be.
So we'll see what the Cats do here, 3rd down. They will hand it off up the middle, and it will be, I think, close to enough for a 1st down, and it will be. That has to be so frustrating. Big 3rd down, and if you're the defensive coordinator, you think, all right, they're going to do something different. They're going to surprise us, and then they just pound you right up the middle with that fullback.
Yeah, there's a lot of simplicity, you think, in this offense, but because it's so key to what the defense is doing, it's complex to run.
And then if you heard Chad Cheatham talking pregame, he said they do that over and over, and your head is spinning there, and then all of a sudden they lull you to sleep and throw the football, and you're not ready for it at all. So there is a tried and true formula to this. Look, it's not exciting, it's not flashy, it's not a 40-yard touchdown pass like we saw, but if it's effective and it controls the game, you do it.
Well, here's the thing. If exciting means winning football games, then it's an exciting offense. If exciting means put up 400 or 500 yards and you might win or you might lose, then yeah, maybe that's not as exciting. But I think Coach Standard's offense is tailor-made for Gilmer County for sure.
So Rellinger kept it that time, and he's drugged down from behind. So Fannin making adjustments. That first series they were just trying to figure things out, and Gilmer picked up the 1st down. But here since then, they've kind of kept them bottled up.
A little bit longer play here. It's 3rd down and 5. But again, the Bobcats don't hesitate to go for it on 4th if they're close.
Yeah, here at midfield, you would think that'd be an easy choice. Six and a half left in this first quarter.
Look how stacked the Fannin defense is. There's an opportunity to get wide, and I think we're going to get offsides on Fannin. Yep, that's exactly right. We're going to get offsides on Fannin, Jeremy.
So that will help.
Not sure if it's a 1st down or just close to a 1st down, but it definitely makes a difference. You got 2 shots to get a half a yard. Oh, it is a 1st down. There you go.
So Fannin really makes another mistake. That's the 2nd penalty here in the first quarter, and so that definitely going to help the Bobcats. Now you start over.
And Fannin jumped again.
Yeah, hard count that time by Rellinger. And look, Del, as a senior, he has to be the one to sort of lead this team, to be composed. And even though you're down a score, he's doing a great job of just trying to keep this offense in rhythm.
Well, he's savvy, right? After you've run an offense for 3 years, I mean, it's always difficult to start a sophomore at quarterback, but by the time they're a senior, they're able to do things like that. He's not having to get that signal from the sideline. He knows.
They did it again and almost got him to bite another time, but 2 in a row will have to be satisfactory. That one, little crossbuck play, and Callahan finds some running room. He is all the way out to the 31-yard line. So now that Bobcat offense starting to move a little bit.
Well, and still playing within what they do, they've been moving the ball. This is exactly what the offense needed. They needed a good, consistent drive, no turnovers, no backward plays, no fumbles, no penalties, and they're just doing what they do. And they're consuming a lot of clock.
While we have just a second, we want to thank our first quarter sponsor, TBR Outdoors, one of our new sponsors jumping on this year. Great outdoor apparel company, so go check them out. TBR Outdoors. Rellinger falls to the ground that time. The ball's on the ground, but they say he was down again. So little collision back there on that first down play.
It wasn't exactly clean on the exchange, but Callahan has the ball in his hand. But what it does do is it puts you in a 2nd 10. That changes the flow for the offense.
2nd and 10.
So look, this is the great equalizer, I think, to momentum. So Fannin comes out, they get that ball, they score, they seize the momentum of the game, but now Gilmer just deflates that balloon, right? And whether they score or not, they have at least, I think, shifted the tide in that momentum category.
Sure, and we're under 4 minutes to play. Bobcat's going to take a timeout here. Under 5 minutes to play, sorry. And they're in 4-down territory, even though that play went for no gain and it's now 2nd and 10. You're at the 31-yard line, so you're in 4-down territory. So, again, this has been a good drive for the Bobcats. They've reestablished equality, if not momentum, and that's what they needed to do.
All right. Coach Enos, you're down there, and, they've been driving towards you slowly but surely, and so, we mentioned that momentum. It seems like Gilmer has seized a little bit of that back with this drive.
They really have, and the Rebels have helped them with 4 penalties. I mean, so, that's 20 yards that the Rebels have kind of given them, but they definitely are in control right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Coach, has it cooled down any down there?
No.
It's going the other way, I think.
That's right.
Absolutely. So here we go. We're going to get this 2nd down and 10 play. That play clock had dwindled down, so Coach Standard has to use his first timeout of the half.
Well, and normally, coaches like to use their timeouts on defense as a general rule. But there was nothing wrong with that one. That helped them get set because they couldn't afford to have a bad play on 2nd and 10.
So first passing play of the game, and had a man, he is tripped up.
And there's the flag.
Yeah,
I wondered.
Came in late, but they do have a flag. It'll be for interference or holding. We'll see which one they call, but
Grant Ballou going downfield on that, I think.
It looked like that, the routes were a little confused. There were 2 players kind of in the same place, but one of them hit the deck, and so flag comes in. It did come in late. We'll see if the officials wave it off. There is a long discussion going on.
Coach Standard easing out there a little bit.
They're waving him back away.
He's just wanting to talk to his quarterback. He's not trying to hear what the officials are discussing. Come on, Jeremy.
So we'll see what they call. They're going to wave it off.
You're exactly right.
I think that's a good call. It looked like legs got tangled. There was no shove, no push, really not a hold. And so I think the officials made the right choice there. And can you imagine being 16 and 17 years old, Saturday morning, it's 90 degrees, and you have to play defense against this? That would not be a fun assignment. You're constantly watching. You're trying to see who has the ball out of that backfield, and, so that Fannin defense hanging tough.
Well, I suspect all these guys have had some morning practices here over the past few months.
Probably watched a whole bunch of film, too. So they're going to run another passing play, and nobody open, but Rellinger throws it, and it looks like that one is tapped away, nearly picked.
That'll bring up 4th down.
So 4th down and 10, you're probably a little outside of your kicker's range, so Bobcats are going to go for it.
They have to. There's no sense in punting from here because you just little or no chance of pushing them any further back, you might as well use this play to back them up.
Would be nearly a 50-yard field goal, for, 48 yards. You don't want to try that unless you really trust the kicker. So our first obvious passing down. They have run a couple of pass plays, but this one you don't really have any choice. And so,
well, this is where you run.
Yeah.
You've thrown 2 passes, and now we have a flag. What's that one?
Illegal substitution.
Going to be against the Bobcats.
Yeah. Did you notice where Isaac Rellinger was set up, though? Gilmer running a play from the shotgun.
And now they are going to punt.
So that penalty changes things. So I like this call for a couple of reasons. You're playing the game, right? You have an opportunity. If Fannin boots the ball, you have an opportunity with a good kick to really pin him back. And the likelihood of you making it on 4th and 15 is pretty slim.
With a single receiver, they're going to punt it to him. And he's going to take it on the run. That was great.
Wow, that was a brave choice. 2 guys breathing down his neck, and that one is returned. So very, very interesting choice down there.
So the Bobcats basically gained 15 yards by punting it as opposed to maybe throwing a pass and going out back on their own 33, 34-yard line.
They did get to lay a lick, though. That probably made them feel pretty good.
Yeah, but even though the Bobcats were able to move the ball a little bit, you got to give the W to Fannin there because the Bobcats were held scoreless and they've got the ball back.
So another timeout going to be taken by the Bobcats.
Their defense was not aligned, and I'm not even sure they had 11 on the field. Let me count 3, 6. I don't think they had 11 on the field.
So while they sort that out, we will step away. We'll be back in 30 seconds as we continue live on Saturday morning.
Bill Holtz Chevrolet in Blue Ridge.
When we have the food we need, we are at our best. We push further. We rise higher. We unlock our full potential. When we have the food we need, we make our communities stronger. Together, we can help everyone get the food they need to thrive. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow.
When it comes to your comfort, trust Climatrol Air Heating and Cooling. Customer service and customer care, that's who we are. Whether at your home or work, we're proud to bring you top-tier service. We are your local Carrier factory authorized dealer. We specialize in Carrier and service all major brands. We provide free estimates tailored to your needs with a 100% customer satisfaction guarantee. Our maintenance plans keep your system running smoothly and efficiently year-round. Locally owned and operated, Climatrol Air Heating and Cooling, where your comfort is our commitment.
Right out of the timeout, a little quarterback keeper for the Rebels, and they are all the way now into Gilmer territory, and a shoestring tackle saves another touchdown.
That was a touchdown saving tackle from Ballou, but it was a 50-yard pickup on the quarterback. It was just a plain quarterback draw. It was a run from the get-go.
So Fannin now moving quickly with some pace and some room, and that'll be close to another first down. There's a flag that comes in late. I believe it's going to be holding on the Rebels.
Yep. Got a receiver blocking on a defensive back, and the flag comes out. That's 99.9% of the time going to get called on the receiver.
Looks like it was Elijah Weaver who caught the touchdown pass a moment ago. Really key part of this offense in his senior season.
Looks like it'll wipe out a 7-yard gain. Yep, holding.
Got to give a shout out to these officials and their respective associations who are able to regroup and rebound and get these games underway today.
That's right. You can bet these guys were somewhere last night, and they had to get an early start this morning too.
I think these were, they said, from the Etowah Valley Association. I hope I got that right. So first down and about 15 yards to go, 13 yards for the Rebels. But this offense moving well so far. A little play action, and that time an overthrow from Sullivan.
Had the receiver wide open. This Fannin using 4 receivers and still has one back in the backfield, so you got to be honest for all of that, but they're spreading the field out. That's the purpose of this offense, is to spread it. Quarterback's 7 yards behind the line of scrimmage. He's got plenty of time to make a decision on run pass, and we've already seen the tailback run the ball, we've seen the quarterback run the ball, and we've seen them pass the ball, so every single option is in play. Very difficult to defense this.
That one out to the freshman, Cannon Holloway. So getting some action here in his freshman season. Holloway had a bum shoulder a couple of weeks ago, but looks to be in pretty good shape right now. Mom and Dad will be happy over there in the stands. His brother Case, a senior lineman on this team. So the Holloway brothers out there getting to play together has to be a cool moment.
3rd down and about 7, but we are in 4-down territory. Since you're in the between here. And this time empty backfield with 5 receivers, 2 left, 3 left, 2 right.
And going to be another flag. Hey, also in the formation now another freshman, Reed Holloway, their cousin. So good day to be named Holloway. You get to go out there and play. Wow, offsides on the offense that time.
They lined up
offside.
wrong, yeah. You got to make sure you're inside that official.
So, ugly, the word you could use to describe this first quarter, especially for Fannin, who has done so many things well. They get the turnover. They've had 2 really explosive plays, but now sort of shooting themselves in the foot.
But with their offense, a big play kind of offense, 11 yards is not a big deal.
Oh, that one's on the ground. The quarterback, Sullivan, picks it up, but it's going to be a huge loss. Kyle Coward comes in from the secondary, and so mistakes, right? The overthrow out there in the flat, that time the ball on the ground, and so
that will force a punt. So the Bobcats defense stiffens with a little help from penalties.
However, it is the quarterback, Sullivan, who's the punter. They are in Bobcat territory, so buyer beware if you're Eddie Marietta in the special teams unit.
Yeah, that's always a great advantage to have if your quarterback's also your punter.
Sullivan will kick it. It's an angled kick over to the corner, and if you're Gilmer, you got to get out of the way. Takes a Bobcat bounce, though, and it will die at about the 18-yard line, where Gilmer will take over 1st and 10. So if you're the Bobcats, you gave up the big play on the quarterback keeper, but due to some of their own mistakes as well, now you've got the ball back.
And still only down 1 score, so you've got to you want your offense to cook here, and your second full possession.
All right, I have a complaint, though. This is for the equipment managers on the team. You got to get them to pull those jerseys down so we can see the numbers better. I mean, they roll the numbers halfway up with their bellies exposed. It's hard to see what numbers they are. We're trying our best up here, though.
Well, if you were playing in this hot of weather, you'd be doing that too. Great late pitch and nice cutback.
Oh, still on his feet that time. What a move! I believe that's Hunter Britton who has the carry. He looked dead to rights over there, and nice little juke move. Been playing a little NCAA 25, getting those moves ready. I sort of laughed, all of our teenagers at church and young guys, oh yeah, this is a football game. They forget that those of us in our 30s grew up playing that game. Had to teach some lessons so far.
I've heard that a lot of our generation walking around with their chest poked out, but I suspect that'll last about a week or 2.
That's probably right. Probably right. Well, you get 3 timeouts for a reason. It looks like Gilmer is going to use their 3rd here.
Really?
Well, maybe not. What's going on? Maybe it's an official timeout. Let's see. Yeah.
Something's going on.
So going to be another huddle with the officials.
Is it going to be a water break? Oh, no, I don't know. Coach Cheatham's not happy about whatever's going on.
Something else with the yard markers again, it looks like. With the chains. What's going on?
Well, I can tell you what I think it is. I think that the Bobcats had the ball on the 18, and I think the ball spotted on the 26. I don't think it was a first down.
Okay,
and
you're right.
I think that's what Coach Cheatham was complaining about, was that it.
You're absolutely right, Dale.
I still don't think they have it marked right. I think the ball was dead on the 18. There you go. So they got to go to the 28. So they still have 2 yards left to get for the first down.
So eagle eye from you and from Coach Cheatham over there.
Well, I wasn't going to mention it at first, but, you know, since he called it to their attention, I thought it was okay to say.
So Gilmer got caught with our hand in a cookie jar trying to get a couple extra yards there. So honest mistake over there on the sideline. It is 2nd down and 2. See if we get a heavy dose of White Stokes. It will be the big fullback, and he will have the first down.
It is not easy for one guy to do that, that's for sure.
Cooper Bourne wrestles him to the ground.
But not before he does get the first down this time.
Good tackle there by Bourne. How about that in the open field against a big fullback barreling down?
You either make that tackle or it's a lot more yards.
So strange to watch these kids who, we sort of first saw them as 9th graders and, maybe even heard about some of them at the middle school, and now they're here in their senior seasons. You can remember watching Rellinger out there playing in the early Coach Standard years, year number 2. And it's crazy. Paul Standard entering his 4th season now as the Bobcat head coach.
I know, time flies.
Chad Cheatham in his 7th year at Fannin. It is great that everybody around you is getting older, and yet you stay the same age, right?
That's an awesome thing. So it's interesting to watch the Rebels defensive alignment. Now, when the Bobcats use a receiver, then they split somebody out, but everybody's really playing inside the defensive ends in the backfield.
So it was going to be a pass play.
And it was open, but
start.
We have a penalty against the Bobcats.
And folks, it is still the first quarter, 14 seconds left in what has been an hour and a half, only a 33-minute first quarter so far, but it has lingered.
Well, you can count on the fact that play will show up again sometime tonight, because it was there. And I know some offensive coaches are biting their tongues right now because that play was just there.
So it'll be 2nd down now. Final play of the first quarter is a handoff up the middle to the fullback. So as they swap sides, we're going to talk to Coach Enos down there on the sideline, and Coach, they're okay. Let's talk about good, bad, and ugly, right? We have some good, a couple of explosive plays for Fannin. Gilmer sort of working their offense on the drive. We had some bad. We talk about the turnover for the Cats, and we've had a whole lot of ugly, a lot of procedural penalties, and so it looks like maybe they're trying to work some of the kinks out.
Yeah, that's true. This is not how you want to start. But get this first game out of the way. It's not a region game, so this is the game to get it done.
Yeah, and so what's the feel down there on the field? Obviously, a lot of heat, a lot of different conditions. The crowd's smaller. Do you still feel like there's that intensity of a rivalry game?
I really don't know, because it is super hot down here. But it's like Dale said, they've had some morning practices, so they should be used to it. But the crowd is so much smaller than it was last night. But it's like the crowd hadn't really been into it yet.
Yeah, we'll see if that changes as we go along. Just about ready for the second quarter of action. We'll reset you here, Jeremy Green, with the Hall of Famer Dell Land and Coach Donna Enos, our ETC crew. And hey, we have to give Dell a shout out to our crew. Expecting to be working last night. Lots of them had plans today and plans with their families, and They gave that up to be here to bring this game, and so big shout out to our crew. We have had to make some adjustments, even brought some people out of retirement to be here. Trevor Williams down there, just a common camera operator now after being our director for many years. Here we go, Gilmer first down, and Fannin stacks it up. That Fannin defense adjusting well.
Yeah, they slid out and picked that up very well. And when you're third down and 9 or 10, you know, you're either running wide most of the time or you're throwing the football. And Fannin ready for either one.
So it'll be the second Bobcat punt.
And that particular drive had a wasted opportunity in it because you get a procedure penalty when you've got a receiver wide open streaking down the field. So tough. And the Bobcats run with a fake. It's going to work. Wow.
Wow, we have seen everything, and we also see another yellow hanky on the field. And that is going to eliminate one of the most well-executed fake punts we've seen. And
oh, wow.
That will ruin your Saturday.
Ineligible receiver downfield. Wow. That is a tough break.
So not exactly sure what happened, but Coach Standard is asking the officials about it. He disagrees with the call. So I think it's too late for him to wave it off now, but it's like he's wanting to call his team.
He wants to talk. He doesn't have another timeout. He wants to talk to the white cap, the head official. He's not getting his choice because he's saying 5 yards, and I don't think anybody was 5 yards down the field. And of course, that's an official's call to make, whether it's 5 yards or not.
So they snap the ball to Rellinger, who is right back there.
Yeah.
Wow, there's still some shouting going on there. They're going to have to be careful that they don't get, a personal foul penalty over there, unsportsmanlike. Oh, Isaac Rellinger is heated up out there on the field. Glad he has a helmet on so he can't read lips. But they snap it to him from that up back position. He throws a beautiful pass out to Grant Ballou for the first down, and it is wiped away. And now Callahan fumbles. He kicks it right into the arms of Cooper Bourne. Bourne is all the way out, but we have another penalty flag. So if this stands, it'll be 1st and 10 Rebels, or 1st and goal Rebels inside the 10.
I think he's just marking the point where
he touched
Callahan put his knee down.
Okay.
It could be a penalty, don't get me wrong, but he came very close to putting his knee down when he was fielding that. Oh, roughing the kicker? Oh, wow. Wow, that's a first down. Talk about seeing it all.
Wow. So I'm not trying to side with
Coach Cheatham's going to say he was a running back once he picked it up and started moving forward.
And I think he's right.
But he was in a kicking motion the whole time.
So Chad Cheatham going to have to be careful not to get the unsportsmanlike conduct. And I think I understand why he's so irate.
Yeah, because they were going to be 1st and goal on the 12, and now with the roughing the kicker call, it's going to go the other direction.
So it takes 2 coaches to pull Chad Cheatham off the field. And how about that if you're Gilmer? Everything goes wrong, the busted fake punt, and now a bad snap. You're giving the ball away, and instead you're going to be bailed out and pick up a first down.
Yeah, and remember, a penalty on the play where the Bobcats had a receiver running free downfield was sort of the start of that.
I'm not going to say we've seen it all already today because
pretty close.
There's no telling what's coming later, but man alive. We have seen some craziness and some chaos.
All right, so that was running into the kicker, so it's still going to be 4th down as opposed to the personnel foul kind of.
So it was not a personal foul. We jumped to that conclusion. It was roughing. So we'll try this again now for a 3rd time. It'll be Callahan. We faked it once, fumbled it once. Let's see if the Cats get a smooth punt off. But if you're a fan and you have to be so upset that you lost that great field position.
Yeah, well, in that particular case, Callahan fumbled the football after catching it on the snap. It was a high snap.
Cooper Bourne thinking, man, that was a highlight reel play. What are y'all doing to me?
Exactly.
But I tell you, the bigger highlight for him was that one-on-one tackle of Stokes. That was impressive. So here we go again. Still 10:29 left in the second quarter. Appalachian Propane getting their money's worth for sponsoring this second quarter so far. Here we go. 4th down and 6.
The heat really is going to be a factor in this game. Now there's the up. They're trying to fake the punt, and he gets close. He may have gotten it.
Going to be about a yard short.
Yep.
So not only one fake punt, 2 fake punts. They direct snap it to Rellinger. He's going to fall about a yard short, and Fannin will still have great field position at the 40-yard line.
So last time Fannin had short field, they made quick work of it. We'll see what they do here. Fannin fans are very, very happy. They're enthusiastic right now, I can tell you. I got you.
So if you couldn't hear what Coach Enos told us there, Chad Cheatham went over there and got the crowd fired up. And listen, I told you earlier when I talked to him, he was pretty calm. That's over with. he is wired. He is in game mode. Okay, so change of possession, good field position. Let's see what they draw up. Should be an explosive play. It'll be the quarterback keeper, little read option for Sullivan, and he's going to pick up a pretty good gain before he's brought down by a host of defenders.
And this game's starting to get chippy.
Oh, there was a punch thrown by somebody. We saw a helmet ripped off, and we saw a punch thrown.
And 3 flags, so...
Gavin Daly ended up with his helmet off, and I don't know if he's the one that threw the punch or not, but there were some arms flying that time.
So now we're going to have some officials gather together. And
Donna, you were down there and saw that. What happened?
Yeah, they got tangled up, and there was a little scuffle going on there, and I just feel like there's probably going to be an ejection here.
Yeah, looked like we saw an arm flying in the middle of that pile, and Sullivan was sort of snatched up, and somebody took his legs out from under him, so a hard hit. But whatever happened in that pile escalated quickly.
There was definitely a gang tackle there, and both of these teams, the sun, I don't know if you remember, Jeremy, but playing sports, whether it's baseball or football outside in August, you get ill.
Yes.
I mean, you're ill. You're just mad from the get-go. And I've been surprised that it's been as calm as it's been. Both of these coaches have gotten very upset at calls, so your team tends to follow that. So personal foul both ways. That's offsetting. Got that. And that's it. So nobody's getting tossed. That's a lot of restraint from the officiating crew.
Yeah, probably couldn't pick out who was actually doing what in there, but somehow we know at least a helmet got yanked off, but they say both teams are at fault, offsetting penalties, and I love that, Dale. I think that's a great decision.
But in this kind of game, both coaches, as much as it's fun to see them animated, their team follows them, so you're going to have to be calmer, and there you can see
and look,
both teams are much more energetic right at this moment than they were through the first quarter and a half.
And I want to give the senior Grant Ballou a great compliment right there. He ran Callahan out of bounds. He had every opportunity to shove him into those bleachers, and he showed restraint and just kind of shoved him out of bounds and let it go. So great defensive play by the Cats right there. They were in the backfield, and a big loss there. So it'll be 3rd down and 15 for Fannin.
And Fannin was sitting with a great field position and opportunity to cash in. This will be disappointing to them if they're not able to do something with it.
So a little screen set up and blown up by Gilmer, and it'll be 4th down and 15.
See if Fannin decides to go for it here, or looks like they're putting the punt team. Of course, when your quarterback's the punter, just like you saw with Gilmer, you can do anything with your quarterback back there.
Listen, if you don't think special teams matter in high school sports, why don't you watch some of the film from this game so far? The first kickoff, the punt attempts from the Cats, been a lot of interesting plays on 4th down. So here we go, 4th and 15. It will be a punt, and it is a good one. Cat's going to let it go, and it will die there at the 10-yard line. So 90 yards to go for Gilmer. And after all that, Dell, still just 7-0.
it seems like we should be in the fourth quarter right now, really. But
And if you're Gilmer, you have to be thrilled to only be down 7-0 because you have done nothing really on offense but make a mess. And so Fannin, in their offensive possessions, those penalties and mistakes have really hurt.
Yeah, if you're a Gilmer fan, you're probably feeling that way. If you're a Gilmer coach, you're not happy. A Gilmer player, they're not thinking about the fact that they're lucky to only be down 7-0. They're thinking about some missed opportunities that didn't cash.
So here we go, 1st and 10 from the 10. Be a handoff to Stokes. It's a few yards. Looks like both teams have calmed down just a touch.
I don't know. I was watching the defensive back and the cornerback out there blocking each other, so. Stokes did very well on that carry to grind 4 out of that.
Yeah, and once again, if you're just watching that, you go, all right, ho hum run play, but that's what you're designed to do. Just plug, plug, plug.
Right.
That time Rellinger keeps it. He's got some running room. Cuts back and he is down. Thought I was going to see a flag. There is another helmet off.
Yeah, Coach Standard definitely was having a conversation about the second hit on that run after Rellinger was on the ground. But I think the Fannin player was in motion. I don't think there's anything late hit-ish about that.
Yeah, Braden Taylor making a tackle, but Cooper Bourne ends up with his helmet off. So
out for a play. Might be a good time to loosen up that fullback.
1st down and 10. Going to be a pass play. Had the guy deep, but gets the man short, and it will be a 1st down. Both players really had an opportunity. You saw.
Well, I'm going to tell you, Braden Taylor undercut that pass, and it was just a little over his head, or he had the end zone in front of him, and I know that's what he was thinking about.
Colton McCollum, the senior out there, he threw his hand up deep and probably could have made it, but Rellinger with a good throw underneath to, I believe that was Kyle Cowart. And Paul Standard going to use his 3rd and final timeout. While he does, we will step aside as well. 7:57 to go in the Appalachian Propane 2nd quarter.
When it comes to your comfort, trust Climatrol Air Heating and Cooling. Customer service and customer care, that's who we are. Whether at your home or work, we're proud to bring you top-tier service. We are your local Carrier factory authorized dealer. We specialize in Carrier and service all major brands. We provide free estimates tailored to your needs with a 100% customer satisfaction guarantee. Our maintenance plans keep your system running smoothly and efficiently year-round. Locally owned and operated, Climatrol Air Heating and Cooling, where your comfort is our commitment. When it comes to your comfort,
it'll be 1st down and 10 for Gilmer after that nice pass play from Rellinger. And Dale, man, this is, if nothing else, has been fun so far.
It has been fun. So 8:01 left to go in the half. And if you look at the players on the field, body language, all the Fannin County linemen are standing there with their hands on their hips. And that is definitely a situation worth watching for the Bobcats offense. But the other thing that's a concern is Isaac Rellinger is not taking the snaps. In fact, we just saw Bo Cronick, who is the backup quarterback, taking snaps. So I don't know. I didn't see anything that happened. I didn't really even see Rellinger come out. But
well, we saw Kyle Cowart patting his helmet to come out of the game. Like maybe he got dinged up on the tackle.
No, Rellinger's in there.
Yeah, so I'm not sure exactly what was going on.
Maybe that was for show.
Maybe so. I don't know. But something caught Paul Standard's attention where he called that timeout. So whatever was going on is apparently fixed, and it'll be the Bobcat offense back out there 1st and 10. I love the pass play, though, just sort of as a part of the rotation. That keeps the defense honest.
They have thrown the ball a lot more today than I expected.
So this time it'll be a handoff to Ballou, and he picks up a few.
And that's exactly what you want. You want to – Bobcats have no more timeouts to use and probably don't want to use them anyway. They want to grind right here.
Fannin does get the ball in the second half.
That's right.
Always pretty good when you can start the game and start the second half with the ball.
It rarely happens, but it is a break. 2 receivers out to the left this time.
It's Coward and McCollum over there to the left of the formation.
Rebels not really adjusting. They're not in coverage. Now they adjust.
Yeah, backing out of it. So it'll be tossed out wide and bobbled a little bit, but some running room. Ballou all the way out to the 31-yard line. Had one man to beat. Couldn't quite beat him, but good offense now for the Cats. Got it rolling.
Big play. And Rellinger held that ball a long time, which really helped it develop.
Substitutions now for Fannin. They're rotating some of those linemen in and out. As you mentioned, the heat is going to be a factor the farther we go. Here we go, first down and 10 again. That clock ticking, 6 minutes and 40 seconds left. Another toss. This time it's Britton. He tries to cut outside. And I don't know that his knee ever hit the ground, but maybe it did.
Again, it's a great gain, though, on first down. You're wanting the clock to work, too. You want to give your defense a little bit of a break here, especially knowing when Fannin gets the ball back, they're gonna want to throw the ball.
Gilmer has just received a sideline warning from the officials, so sideline warning. Didn't even see that flag come out.
Yeah. And your issue there is they'll let Coach Standard get away with a little bit, but the second coach in is always going to get that warning. He wants all those guys in the purple color on the sideline if you're looking at the sideline.
So second down and about 3. Officials finally getting set. Yeah, that clock started running before the official called it ready to play. Got about 4 extra seconds burned off. Off the middle, Stokes.
That's just fine.
That fullback brings his lunch pail in this offense, I'm telling you.
That's exactly right. It's a full day's work.
Stokes, a red-headed assassin down there. He can handle it.
Bobcats 3rd and short. Of course, from 4-down territory. 2 players coming in.
I think I got mine.
I only see 1 player coming out. Sure hope they don't have 12. I don't think they do.
So here we go, 3rd down and 1. Got 2 plays to pick up a yard here. And it'll be Stokes again out for the first down, number 35. Working hard in his senior season.
And that's exactly what you want to see out of this offense. They're going to keep banging the middle of that line. It is so physically difficult to fight off the blockers and then make a tackle against a big fullback. It's just draining to have to do that every play. And then they'll run that fullback in there a couple of times, and then whether it's right or left, they're going to pop somebody out wide. So far, Fannin County's cornerbacks have done a great job of playing those wide sweeps and keeping them from developing into huge plays.
So this drive going according to plan. You've burned lots of time off the clock.
Late pitch, a great pitch.
Oh, a little hurdle out there from Callahan.
It's going to be close, 9. Depends on the spot. Looks like you're going to leave him just short.
Nope. Now they're, well, yep, you're right, Dale. They leave him just about half a yard short. It's like they've gotten the chain gang on the same page down there after a little confusion. Had broken equipment, wrong placement, but they're ready to go. Man, you talk about a job that is not fun in the heat. And those are volunteers down there doing that.
2nd down and short. Bobcats they'd love to score, but they'll take a first down.
And surprise, surprise. Fullback up the middle, almost gets in the end zone. Stokes just kept rumbling down there. Be 1st and goal from the 3.
Just remember, it gets harder and harder to make those tackles. That's the thing about this offense. It's not It's not a first half offense, it's a second half offense.
See if they reward the big fella and let him punch it in here. You want to use as much of this clock as possible. You still got 25 seconds. You can get it to about 3:20, 3:25. You want to leave Fannin as little time as possible if you're Gilmer, and Fannin's thinking, let's just do what you're going to do, give our offense a chance.
Right. They're in the official wishbone. Second back.
Hunter Britton that time. He stood up.
Another
right
helmet
inside
off.
the 2. But if you're Gilmer, you're okay with that.
It's like big number 14's headed out of the game.
That's Cooper Bourne again.
Cooper Bourne.
Ryan Holloway have to
get
his helmet tightened up.
Yeah, have to get him a strap over there for that thing.
And these are, by the way, the same helmets. They have just been repainted and decaled, and they're fancy. We'll see if we can get a shot of them later on.
So here we go, second down and gold, and plenty of time on the clock if they want to let it run. On the play clock, 30 seconds left. They don't have to be in a big hurry.
Get this down to about 2 minutes and 40 seconds. But you want to go ahead and punch it in if you can.
Second back again. He's close.
They're going to mark him short.
Yep.
Official over there on that right side saw it very clearly.
It's all right. It's fun to watch Kyle Coward on that carry. It's fun to watch this traditional. So when they get close, they go into the traditional wishbone formation. That just gives you 2 extra blockers at the point of attack.
You're really, really close down there. But you've got 2 plays to get half a yard. So
only thing you don't want to have here happen is you just don't want to mishandle a snap or a handoff. That's why I really prefer the quarterback sneak here. I know Rellinger's quick and not necessarily that strong, but nobody's playing hit over the center. He can just follow him right in.
And instead, they hand it to big number 35, the working man in the end zone. Touchdown, Bobcats.
Might be his new nickname.
So if you are Gilmer, after all the mess that you have had, you finally get one drive that is exactly how you have drawn it up. You punch it in, and now with 2:13 left in the second quarter, we're all tied.
But you got some tired guys that are fixing to have to get back on the field and play defense against a Fannin County group that you can just count on the fact they're going to be slinging the ball because they've got time and timeouts.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you're Fannin on the other end, you have just given up this touchdown, but you're going to get the ball back with 2 minutes left, and you get the ball after halftime. So you shouldn't be too discouraged.
Get our first look at Carter Gearhart, who's the sophomore kicker for the Bobcats this year.
And he's up, and he is true. So Don Enos is down there, and Coach, that drive took a while, but if you're Gilmer, you love the outcome.
Oh, that was Gilmer football right there. I mean, they just executed exactly like Coach Standard wanted them to do, and took that time off the clock.
And so we wondered, Coach, if it would be the offenses or the defenses that had the advantage here. So far as these defenses, each one only giving up 1 score.
That's true. But I tell you what, I think that the Bobcats are getting into their rhythm now on offense.
Yeah, we'll see how that plays out here, Dell. That was
Well,
vintage Gilmer football.
Well, the Bobcats started that drive with 9:14 to go on the clock, so you can see 7 minutes off, 7 minutes and 1 second off the clock on that drive, which is, to your point, exactly what the offense is designed to do.
So the officials getting a little hydration down there, and that's well deserved.
Yeah, and that's good. That definitely, with a lot of players on both of these teams going both ways, that is really a good thing to do.
By the way, the bands, it does not look like they will be performing on the field at halftime, just probably due to the heat, and probably got a lot of kids missing today as well. So at halftime, we will hear from Coach Paul Standard. We'll talk about this game, the rest of the season. We've got all kind of good information to share with you. But right now, we have a great game. It's a rivalry game that's seen a little bit of everything, but might as well start over all tied at 7. This will be Gearhart's first kickoff of the season, so we'll get a look at the sophomore's leg. You think he plays soccer?
Don't know, but he was pretty good on the extra point.
Listen, they go to the soccer field to find these kickers.
Well, you'd be sort of crazy not to, because you're talking about kids that are kicking from the time they're 5 years old. So
after that water break for the officials, looks like we're ready to go. special teams coverage unit has to be aware. See if Gilmer tries anything fancy here or if they just kick it deep.
Or maybe try kicking it to one of the up backs. See how they handle the ball.
Here we go.
It's a deep kick down to the 8. Pretty good kick.
Gilmer coverage unit trying to get a stop. Good return for Fannin.
That was an extra time. Braxton Cheatham.
Yeah, Braxton out there in his junior season. Pretty good return. So 2:06 left. 3 timeouts left for the Rebels. So time not really an issue.
No, especially not if you're going to throw the football and you can mix runs in. What that really says, if you got 3 timeouts, you can run the ball at least 3 times and not get yourself in trouble.
I think that's probably one of the philosophical differences between these head coaches, right? Standard just uses his timeouts. Cheatham saves them.
Bobcats only rushing 3.
So Lawson Sullivan rolls out looking for a man. He's in big trouble, finally gets rid of it, and it is complete. But, man, paid a price for it out there.
Still that much
Reed
time.
Holloway.
He had plenty of time to settle in and look for his receivers to try to open. The initial patterns weren't open, but give him enough time, you can find a hole in his own defense.
That was Reed Holloway, the freshman, working back to his quarterback, and man, he took a lick.
It's all the way to midfield. Oh,
that was Cannon Holloway that time between his hands. Okay, that might have actually saved him a little time. That was going to be well short. You love the confidence, though, that Sullivan has in those 2 freshmen. In 2-minute drill, you look to your 2 freshman receivers.
I looked on the first play. The Bobcats only rushed 3, but they blitzed in a linebacker just to create some pressure, which is not a bad thing to do. Bobcats have a player down with cramps.
That's Kyle Cowart, and look, we've seen him on offense, defense, and special teams, so you can only imagine that he's got to be exhausted. So while they tend to Cowart down there, we will step aside. We'll be right back. 1:47 left in the ballgame, or excuse me, in the first half.
Welcome to TBR Supply House, your one-stop shop for Western wear, Southern style. From the perfect pair of jeans to keep you comfortable and stylish, to belts and buckles that add a touch of flair, we've got it all. Need a new hat to keep the sun off your face? Or maybe some boots that'll take you from the ranch to the dance floor? We've got you covered. And with new products arriving daily, there's always something fresh waiting for you. Find us behind the McDonald's where the Blue Ridge Twin Cinema was. TBR Supply House, Western wear, Southern style. Welcome to TBR Supply House, your one-stop shop for Western wear, Southern style. From the perfect pair of jeans to keep you comfortable and stylish, to belts and buckles that add a touch of flair, we've got it all. Need a new hat to keep the sun off your face? Or maybe some boots that'll take you from the ranch to the dance floor? We've got you covered. And with new products arriving daily, there's always something fresh waiting for you. Find us behind the McDonald's where the Blue Ridge Twin Cinema was. TBR Supply House, Western wear, Southern style.
Everyone has a ritual, that small thing to keep us focused. A habit we never skip, to clear our minds and elevate our performance.
But what do you do to keep your head in the game? To drown out the self-doubt and support your mental health. Because being your best isn't just about taking care of your body.
It's about taking care of your mental health. Discover the resources that you need to keep your mind focused and your mental health a priority.
So here you go, replay of what just happened. Lawson Sullivan very quickly takes the snap and goes all the way to the house. There is a penalty flag.
It's going to be unsportsmanlike conduct, and I'm not sure what's going to happen with that. We'll see. It was conversational. There wasn't anything physical about it, but the official was in the middle of it trying to slow it down.
So just a, simple play call outside of the timeout. And Kyle Cowart, by the way, is out there. He threw up a couple times, got all his breakfast out, and got some Gatorade and went back in. But it will be touchdown Rebels, and we'll see exactly what the call is.
Second time that we've seen that quarterback draw really work for them.
And we talked about them having plenty of time. They score in less than a minute.
Officials coming over to chat with the coach, which usually means somebody's.
Well, I'll tell you who they're talking to is Rellinger.
Yep.
And if he's out of the game, that's big trouble. And I'm not sure what exactly is going on, but it doesn't look good. So I don't know. If it was just conversational, it shouldn't be an issue. But so touchdown stands. It's going to be, as you mentioned, unsportsmanlike on the Cats and on Fannin. So it goes both ways, and the penalty's offset again. So nothing horrible happened there. It looks like, though, it was between Rellinger and Sullivan, whatever happened.
The two quarterbacks.
So just like that, though, Fannin has regained the lead. Ponton out there for the extra point. It is up, and it is good. So we will step aside for 30 seconds and come back. 14-7 Rebels.
Everyone has a ritual, that small thing to keep us focused. A habit we never skip, to clear our minds and elevate our performance.
But what do you do to keep your head in the game? To drown out the self-doubt and support your mental health. Because being your best isn't just about taking care of your body.
It's about taking care of your mental health. Discover the resources that you need to keep your mind focused and your mental health a priority.
El Rey Azteca.
Rebels regain control of the game. It's Lawson Sullivan keeping it himself. He's doing it with his arm and his legs. And this Rebels team now leads 14-7. Saw senior quarterback, freshman receivers, everybody contributing. This Fannin team poised to have a good year. And look, outside of the penalties in this game, Fannin has really, really looked great and looked explosive, maybe the word we're looking for.
Yep. They really have. And looks like they're capable of a lot more on offense without the self-inflicted penalties. The Bobcats don't know what you do here. You need to break something because there's a minute 38. All your timeouts are gone.
Got 12 players on the field, too. Looks like they got that sorted out, though. So it's going to be a short kick taken at about the 15-yard line. See if they can get a decent return. And they do. One guy to beat. It is a foot race for the Bobcats. Hunter Britton trying to stay upright, and he is into the end zone for a Bobcat touchdown.
Oh, my goodness. Talk about turning this whole thing around. That did it.
Wow. And now he's looking for Gatorade and oxygen.
You and I would be, too.
Wow. You talk about momentum. Fannin goes down and seizes it, and then Gilmer right back on the other side. What a game we have. We said it was 7-7 for a long time, and boom, now 14-14. Back and forth we go.
Well, and you had a great group of blockers looking like an old rugby scrum in the middle of the field, and then Britton sprung out of there, and it was just a foot race for the last 50 yards.
And beat the kicker, and then just had to beat everybody else. And, man, that you love that. We talked about the special teams miscues for the Cats. How about this? They're going to run a fake.
And they're going to get a penalty.
So it's going to be a procedural penalty again. Not sure what exactly it was, but I guess they're going to say Callahan moved early.
Well, they thought they had it on the left side, and the lineman moved early. One of the linemen, I didn't see which one. They had the numbers they wanted. This is all this play is set up to create a numbers advantage, and the defense has to align perfectly to keep them from running it. When they do, then they just move back into the kicking formation, which is what they're going to do now.
It would have worked had they stayed still.
Gerhardt now has a longer kick to make. It's from the 15, but the goalposts are 10 yards deep in the end zone, so this is really 25.
So it's up, no problem there. Wow,
Plenty of
great
leg.
form from the kicker. So, Coach Enos, you were back there and you saw him take that ball. 80-plus yards later, he's all the way to the house. Talk about how it happened.
It was perfect. I mean, that's what you work on in the special teams sessions, and it was executed to perfection, and it was pretty from the field here.
Absolutely. You get to watch those holes open up from your vantage point, Coach, and even though it's 90 degrees out there, at least you have something fun to watch.
That's right.
So guess what? There's still a minute 23 in the Appalachian Propane second quarter.
Exactly.
We thought that we were going to go to the half 7-7. Lawson Sullivan and Hunter Britton had different ideas for us.
Well, remember when Fannin got the ball last time, there was 2:13 to go in the half, and there's now a minute 23, and they still haven't burned any of their timeouts.
So
halftime could still be, I don't know, 30 minutes away.
That's right. So minute 23, 3 timeouts. If you're Fannin, hey, you shake it off, right? Your offense is explosive. You've got weapons over there. You say, kick it back to us, and we'll drive it down again. So I'll say this. As ugly as this first half has been, I think you see the potential in both teams.
Well, you've had a little bit of everything, right? You've had turnovers, penalties. You've had bad plays and good plays, and a lot of passion. Everything you want in a rivalry game.
So here we go. Minute 23. Gerhardt, the sophomore kicker, has looked good so far.
His initial kickoff was all the way down to the 8, so that's not bad at all.
Stutter steps, kicks that one. That one's going to be taken at the 6, so even better this time. Going to be returned, though, by Braxton Cheatham, and he is upended at the 25. So long way to go for the Rebels now with 1:17. We'll see if they play conservative or if they try to drive it down.
Colton McCollum, was senior, with that hit on the kickoff return.
And Hunter Britton is out there on defense, by the way. He looks like he's still breathing a little hard, but
oh, me.
Hands on the hips, and he has to play in the secondary. He's going to be one-on-one over there with Cannon Holloway.
Minute 17, Fannin's on their 25. They've got 3 timeouts. They are going to sling it around and run it like on that quarterback draw if they see the opportunity.
Sullivan looking for a guy. Thought he was going to throw deep. Turned around on the wheel. Nearly picked, but then, no, not caught. They say the ball hit the ground. I tell you, Douglas Callahan did a great job whipping his head around. Nearly picked that one before it went through his hands.
Had a great opportunity. That would have been interesting.
Sullivan, I don't think that was intended this way, but he pumped, and he thought he was going to go deep, and then he hit that wheel route out of the backfield to Callahan. So good job from that linebacker spot by Bubba Callahan. So Callahan on Callahan there.
And quickly up to the line of scrimmage to go to work.
Sullivan gets that one out and incomplete. Intended receiver that time, number 8, Judah Wood, a junior. So with 1:05 here is 3rd down.
Bobcats with a lot of players with their hands on their hips. You know they are tired, and that clock keeps stopping every time it's an incomplete pass.
We are 1 hour and 15 minutes into this one.
Oh, this is brutal. And the second half will be even tougher because it's going to be hotter.
3rd down and 10. If you're Fannin, you'd love to get a first down here, if nothing else, to keep Gilmer from having a chance to touch it. Good blocking up front for a long time. Sullivan tosses it up. There's going to be a holding penalty, though.
Yep, and it was a complete pass, by the way.
No, they're saying the penalty's on Gilmer. Case Holloway points and says it's on the Cat, so we'll see. Nope, it is going to be on offense. So players and referees disagree. Never seen that before. As you mentioned, that negates what would have been a first down completion to Judah Wood. So now they'll back them up even further. Be 3rd down and 20.
McCollum on the field.
So if you're Gilmer, you have some players deep. Do you rush 3? Do you try to put a little pressure? What do you do here, Dale?
They've been most effective rushing 3 and letting the linebacker slip into blitz that sort of gets not picked up by the offensive line.
So 4 down linemen, and they
missed their
blitz
shot
a little bit, and they had the quarterback down, but they're still going to make the tackle. So
and in the field of play, most importantly, so the clock keeps ticking unless you use a timeout, and that's 4th down. I don't think he's going to use a timeout here.
So this should do it. They will have to punt. Well, it's right at game clock and play clock. So I think that they're going to not even have to punt it if they don't want to, and Gilmer has no timeouts to stop it. So that should be the last play of the first half. I don't know why you would want to punt it if you're Fannin. They're just going to stand around.
Yeah, they've got a lot more time on the play clock than on the game clock. So I think everybody's gonna get to halftime here and try to hydrate and cool down a little bit.
Well, what a first half it was, and that will do it. 14-14. Stick around with us during our Latrell's Hardware halftime show. We will talk about this one. We'll break it down for you and try to analyze it as best we can. It was wild and woolly. We will hear from head coach Paul Standard from the Bobcats. We'll talk to Donna Enos. We will get you ready for the season ahead. Little Saturday afternoon football right here live on ETC.
El Rey Azteca Mexican restaurant. Tempt your taste buds with our authentic, from-scratch Mexican cuisine. Enjoy sizzling fajitas or our famous El Rey Azteca burrito. We've got a mouth-watering variety of dishes and desserts just for you. Relax on our patio, get cozy indoors, or unwind at our lively bar. There's a perfect spot for everyone. Come to El Rey Azteca Mexican restaurant for delicious food, great drinks, and fun, where every meal is a fiesta.
If I could be you, and you could be me for just 1 hour. If we could find a way to get inside each other's minds. Walk a mile in my shoes. Walk a mile in my shoes. Well, before you abuse, criticize, and accuse. Walk a mile in my shoes.
Discover the great outdoors with TBR Outdoors. We can't wait to become your #1 choice for quality outdoor gear in the North Georgia area. From top-of-the-line rifles, handguns, and shotguns to a wide selection of ammo, we've got you covered. Gear up for your next outdoor adventure with our durable and reliable hunting, hiking, and camping supplies. TBR Outdoors. Outdoor supplies to fuel your adventures in the North Georgia mountains and beyond.
Since 1994, North Georgia has called on Appalachian Propane for all its propane needs. Why propane? It's extremely affordable, efficient, and most of all, clean burning. Go green and think clean with propane. Our exceptional customer service and affordable rate has made us the best choice for residential, business, and farms throughout North Georgia. So the next time you think propane, think Appalachian Propane, a division of the Thomas Oil Company since 1960. Remember, go green and think clean with Appalachian Propane.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire, and how to control the flames. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Latrell's Hardware in Copper Hill, Tennessee is your one-stop do-it-yourself shop. We stock everything from fasteners, electrical and plumbing parts, power tools, animal feed, and so much more. Save yourself a trip or two into town and come see us at Latrell's Hardware on Highway 68 in Copper Hill, next to Runway Fireworks, or give us a call at 423-548-3300.
Bill Holt Chevrolet in Blue Ridge has over 170 new Chevrolets on their way. Silverado, Equinox, Colorado, and more. Secure your new vehicle before it's gone. Now is the time to buy. For North Georgia's best truck inventory, there's only one name you need to know. Bill Holt Chevrolet in Blue Ridge.
Welcome back. It is halftime here from Huff Mosley Memorial Stadium. Jeremy Green with Dell Land and Donna Enos. And Dell, what didn't happen in that first half? I mean, we have been here so long and talked so long, we're losing our voices. It's 90 degrees outside. It's Saturday, and lots of things going on, but we are all square at 14. And so if you're either coach, you just have to take a breath and say, well, we survived that, right?
Yeah, I think that's the way to look at it, is survival, because both teams did things that they didn't want to do. And in addition to that, they had a lot of scuffles on special teams that weren't very good. They had missed opportunities. I think if I were looking at this game right now, both Fannin and Gilmer had some opportunities they missed, whether it be on fake punts or pass plays that you were called for illegal motion and you had a receiver wide open. You know, there's just a lot of things that you missed opportunities on, and that's not unusual early in the year. I think you're just dealing with a situation where your first game of the year and you're in a very unusual situation where you've not coached at 11 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday. You've not played at 11 o'clock in the morning, and it's hard to get that out of your head. I felt like about halfway through the second quarter, all of that was gone, and it turned into a football game. There's a lot of passion, a lot of fire going on out there from the coaches and from the players, and I think the second half, other than the weariness factor, second half's going to be good.
Yeah, so if you're weaving storylines throughout the game, coming in, we had the rivalry game, and we had all those things, but you hit on them both. First off, special teams from the very outset of the game, right? It was that bobble by the up man that gave Fannin the first score. Special teams, we saw Gilmer have a fake punt that was taken away, and then we saw a snap that would have just a giant mess on special teams. But I think now you turn around if you're Gilmer and you put special teams in that plus category. Your young kicker's done great, and you return a kick for a touchdown. So you have to be happy there.
All right.
And then the other thing, you missed that you hit this, missed opportunities. So we saw a bunch of them. We saw plays erased. And so those are the two storylines we're going to watch. And as we bring Donna Enos in, Coach, the thing that you've kept us updated on the field is penalties. Talk about how penalties have really changed the flow of this game.
Well, Fannin has 7 penalties. Gilmer has 6. But, they've come at key times. It stopped some drives. It just, really messed up field position. I think probably the biggest one for Fannin was on the botched punt when they, almost brought it to the goal line down here right in front of me. And so that was kind of an unfortunate one for the Rebels. But both teams have had costly errors.
Yeah, 13 penalties in a game. And, Coach, one more storyline for you down there, heat. We saw, one player already throwing up, needing hydration. And so how do you think that's going to affect the rest of the game?
Well, the heat just kind of builds. I mean, it builds in your system. So they've got to do a great job of getting these guys' core temperature down here at halftime. And they've got to really keep an eye on them this second half because it's just getting hotter. We've had one breeze through the whole first half here. And if there's anybody out there that could bring me a dry shirt, I'd appreciate that because I'm kind of soaked down here. So.
Well, thank you, Coach, for braving the elements and being with us. And
I think that's a great point that she just made, which is they're going to have to be a lot more hydration breaks in the second half. I think you're going to see the officiating crew. I mean, the wake-up call was Cowart really getting sick. That's an alarm bell, and I think you're going to see them maybe every 7-8 minutes. They're gonna take a break.
Yep. So earlier this week, I had the opportunity to catch up with Gilmer head coach Paul Standard and hear his thoughts on this game and the year. So we're going to hear from the head coach of the Bobcats, and then we will take a break and be right back as our halftime coverage rolls on. We have finally arrived at football season here on ETC. Jeremy Green here with Gilmer County head coach Paul Standard. And Coach, this is sort of what everybody's been waiting on in the long off season. And now we're here and the first game is around the corner. How are you feeling about it?
Well, we feel really, really excited and ready to play our kids. We got the scrimmage 2 weeks ago, but they're ready to play. We have been working like everybody, but our kids have done a great job since we walked off the field at Monroe area. And so it's been a 9-month process and a lot of different things that go on in those 9 months. And now we're ready.
Yeah, so let's talk about that a little bit. Last year, a coming out party of sorts. You had an up and down regular season. We were here for the Ringgold game where you really just dominated a really good team in Ringgold. I know you had a couple games after that you wish you could get another crack at, but
right.
You make the playoffs and you go on the road as an underdog and you beat Adairsville, which is now a region team. Talk about that playoff win and what that did for the program.
Well, you know, I was so proud of our kids. Mid-season, we had a really, really tough loss to a great Lumpkin team, and they were really good. But we got embarrassed, and and that's on me. But the credit to our kids, we came back in the next 2 weeks, beat 2 teams that we had not beaten in 10 years, Pickens and Dawson, and did it in an exciting fashion. We had to keep battling back in those games, and I think that really has been something that our kids can hang their hat on as we move in, and they should move into this season. Then we lost a tough game to White, and that put us in the playoffs, but we had a chance to be the 3, but we ended up 4 and had to travel to a number 1. And our kids just played their hearts out, and we had a great game. And hadn't won a playoff game here since 2014, I believe. So that was something really, really special. And then went to Monroe area and played a great athletic team, and had them. We were up with 10 minutes to go in the game, and things kind of went south from there. But our kids fought, and we got a great nucleus back from that team, and I think that certainly sets the foundation and the stage for this year. Not putting any undue pressure on our players, but they know that there's an expectation where when we got here, that wasn't always the case. There was an expectation of we just hope we can play well. Now the expectation is we expect to win, and those are things that we've expressed to our kids that. You've kind of created a monster now. People just don't want us to play well. They want us to win, and that's where I want to be in that type of setting, and that's what we have here.
Yeah. So you'll have to excuse the pun. Now, year 4 for you, there's a new standard, right? So
yes.
These young guys have now had a year in this system. All the junior high kids have learned what you expect, and so talk about that. As you mentioned, now the burden of expectation. Talk about what you tell these kids as far as what is expected of them day in and day out.
Sure. Well, the first thing is this is our first 4-year class, and so we got 7 seniors. We got 15 seniors. We got 7 that have been with us all 4 years, and they are certainly the heart and soul of our team. Our middle school program. We started having some really, really good success my first year here, and Coach Willie Dodaro and his staff have been phenomenal. I may have said this in our last interview. He was the first man I interviewed when I got this job because I knew how important our middle school program was going to be, because I didn't come here just to come for a year or 2. My wife and I love it here. Our family, my son's family's here. And so we wanted, I hope is my last stop. This is year 40 for me, so I'd like for this to, be the swan song, if you will. And I'm not ready to be done anytime soon, but we don't want to leave. And so I knew that was going to be the foundation, the true foundation of our program. So every kid that's gone through our middle school program has been successful, not just on the scoreboard, though it has been, but just the development that Willie and his staff has done. They come to us and they're ready to, to be a 9th grade football player. And the other beauty is that they practice with us during the summer, during the month of June. So I get to see those guys all June. And that's been really, really neat. And you start to building a relationship with those 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, even now. And it's great. And then our rec league, they practice out here, during the week, and it's just neat to see. Like last night, we left the field, there was 3 teams out here practicing. To see that really warms my heart, because football is a big deal here in Gilmer County, and kids I want them to say, God, one day I want to play here as a high school kid. So yeah, it's been great. So our middle school program is solid, and that certainly has shown over the last 4 years with our high school team.
So I thought maybe we were going to break some retirement news, but you ruined that for us.
No.
You're going to be around for a while, so at least for the next 2 years, let's talk about the region realignment. It was a big deal across the state, some new rules about how private schools work, and folks can look into that. But for this Bobcat football team, you're going to see some teams you haven't seen before in the region. Some they have seen before. So first, let's talk about out of region. You've got some challenging games.
Yes, we do.
This first game with Fannin, of course, you've got Union and Pickens, and then a road trip to Westminster. So talk about those games a little bit.
Well, you know, I've been known to schedule very, very difficult teams. And I told our kids, I said, here's the deal. I said, the most important thing, even though 2 of those 4 non-region games are our rivals, and everybody wants to win those games, but the most important thing is that, number one, that we, at the end of game 4, we as a staff have all of our players where they need to be, number one. Number 2 is that we have grown and gotten better. Whether we win or lose, we all want to win. But regardless of what the records, and I told them, whether we're 4-0, 0-4, which we don't want to be, or somewhere in between, we have got to be ready for that first region game against Northwest Whitfield. And so we do have some tough teams. You know, Fannin, they look like the second coming of the Dallas Cowboys. You know, they got guys everywhere they got 9 starters back on defense. They got 8 starters, I think, back on offense. For a single A school, that's impressive. And they do such a great job, Coach Cheatham and his guys. So that's going to be a huge, you know, challenge for our young men. Then we play Union, who went 8-4 last year, and Coach Perry does a great job. Then we play Pickens, which has a new coach, Coach Bennett, who's an outstanding coach. And I'm sure by the time they get to game 3, they'll have their kinks worked out, you know, as we play them. And then I'll be honest with you, it was hard for me to find a game. We couldn't find another non-region game. Several of the schools in our old region didn't want to play, and which I understand to some degree. They don't want to really play the offense we run because they don't see it and don't have to see it, and so they don't need to play an option team. Right. But I thought it would be great if, you know, from a, you know, gate standpoint and a rivalry, if you will. So the head coach at Westminster, Jerry Romberg, and I are very, very good friends. We've known each other for over 30 years, and we played each other multiple times when I was at St. Pius. So I called him, and he said, sure, he'd play. Of course, I'm sure he wasn't worried about it because they're very, very good. But I think it's going to be a great experience because this is what when we get to that week, you know, we don't know if we do our jobs that we get in the playoffs. You don't know if you're on the road where you may have to go. Right. And that experience of getting on a bus, going into the city, and playing a game, if we've already done it, then it won't be a new experience for our guys. And so that was how the 4 non-region games came about. Of course, we were going to play Pickens and Fannin, and because we, you know, all 3 of us need that gate, but you know, for the communities too. So. And then getting Union back on the schedule, I think, is awesome because we're close, and I think it'll be a great night there too.
So you made a point that I want to bring out. So maybe more than any other, you know, high school team or high school system, the opponent matters a little less because it's about what you do.
Correct.
And so I think that is, you know, a big advantage in some ways. But the teams you play do matter, right? And so
Absolutely.
We're looking at this new region. Teams like Northwest and Lafayette and Heritage and Ridgeland and Calhoun, which is going to be a big one. So
Correct.
Just kind of briefly talk about that region because those are the opponents that determine whether or not you have life in the postseason.
Absolutely. Well, you know, the reason why I asked our coaches if they were okay with us appealing to move was strictly because we had one team in our old region that we were in, GAC, that was 85 miles away from us. We were the furthest school. And to have our Friday night game, football wouldn't have mattered, but our softball and volleyball and basketball and baseball, tennis, and all of our sports, to go on a weeknight 85 miles to Lilburn to play a game, I thought was we're going to talk about education. That's not really good, having kids get out of class, get home late. So we appealed, and this region, Gilmer had been in several years prior with some of these schools. And so there was some familiarity with them, and thankfully that region accepted our appeal and the Georgia High School let us go. But it's not like we left, and we did leave a good region to go to a bunch of cream puffs, because every school in that region is talented. Yeah. And so we certainly have our work cut out for us, but I think our kids are certainly ready because of the schedule we've played, region schedule over the last 2 years. You know, that region was really, really tough. And so I think our kids, they know the deal. They know what lies ahead and what the expectations are.
Yeah. Well, Coach, we appreciate your time, and in just, you know, a short time right behind us, it'll be rivalry night under the lights, and we appreciate everything you do and looking forward to a great year.
Thanks so much. I appreciate y'all and everything that ETC does for us.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Good luck, Coach.
Thank you.
When it comes to your comfort, trust Climatrol Air Heating and Cooling. Customer service and customer care, that's who we are. Whether at your home or work, we're proud to bring you top-tier service. We are your local Carrier factory authorized dealer. We specialize in Carrier and service all major brands. We provide free estimates tailored to your needs with a 100% customer satisfaction guarantee. Our maintenance plans keep your system running smoothly and efficiently year-round. Locally owned and operated, Climatrol Air Heating and Cooling, where your comfort is our commitment.
Welcome to TBR Supply House, your one-stop shop for Western wear, Southern style. From the perfect pair of jeans to keep you comfortable and stylish, to belts and buckles that add a touch of flair, we've got it all. Need a new hat to keep the sun off your face? Or maybe some boots that'll take you from the ranch to the dance floor? We've got you covered. And with new products arriving daily, there's always something fresh waiting for you. Find us behind the McDonald's where the Blue Ridge Twin Cinema was. TBR Supply House. Western wear, Southern style.
Welcome back to the Latrell's Hardware Halftime Show. Jeremy Green with Dale Land. We want to take just a moment there. You heard from head coach Paul Standard and what's been a great game, but sometimes there are things bigger than the game, and we want to send our condolences and continued prayers to the Holzenbach family from Fannin County. A player who would have been a senior on this team, number 52, John Holzenbach, passed away in a car accident back in April on the way to spring break. His twin brother, Luke, a player on this team, and so both teams are paying tribute to him today, and there's been a lot of exchanged memories and stories and prayers, and so we just want to, from ETC, send our prayers out to the Holzenbach family and to the Fannin community. And sometimes there are things that very much transcend sports, and this is one of those times.
Yeah, you're exactly right, and especially when it's a young person that has so much of life ahead of them. It just always feels like it's a disappointment, but we know in the scheme of things, we're not the one that decides that. But whether it's John or whether it's Noah Harris or any of those that we've just seen in the prime of their life, it just seems like such a loss.
Yeah. So we will step away, come back in 30 seconds, but continued prayers for the Holzenbach family.
Welcome to TBR Supply House, your one-stop shop for Western wear, Southern style. From the perfect pair of jeans to keep you comfortable and stylish, to belts and buckles that add a touch of flair, we've got it all. Need a new hat to keep the sun off your face? Or maybe some boots that'll take you from the ranch to the dance floor? We've got you covered. And with new products arriving daily, there's always something fresh waiting for you. Find us behind the McDonald's where the Blue Ridge Twin Cinema was. TBR Supply House. Western wear, Southern style.
We're back about a minute or so away from the second half. It has been great when you heard Paul Standard there talking about the expectations. I think for both of these coaches, their teams fell short of expectations. Not with effort, though, not with intensity, but in execution. And I think that's probably what both teams are trying to shore up at halftime.
Yeah, there's no question about it. You always, you've been through a lot of fall practice, and you're always surprised when you don't execute in your first game exactly the way you executed in practice. But, you're talking about two veteran coaches. I think Coach Standard 40 years and Coach Cheatham 30 years. They probably know that first game produces more discombobulation than any other game in the year. You never accept it. You never want it to happen, but it certainly happens.
Discombobulation, man, our vocabulary word of the day from Del Land.
There you go.
So absolutely, the speed of the game different, than it is in practice, but both teams should be ready to roll after their halftime adjustments, after some very important hydration as well. And we're looking forward to the second half of play. It is a very strange time to be playing football, 12:40 on a Saturday afternoon. But both of these teams look ready to go. That was an exceptionally long first half of play, though. I think it's probably taken its toll on everybody.
It did, and it'll be interesting to see the impact, the cumulative impact, because Donna mentioned that there is a cumulative impact that you can't fix just because you went into air conditioning for 20 minutes and drank a lot of Gatorade.
Right.
So you're gonna in the second half, the officiating crew, like I already mentioned, should be much more focused on making sure they have the hydration breaks, and you're going to see some cramps, I suspect, and you'll see some players getting pretty tired.
By the way, both head coaches long sleeves today. I might rethink that choice, but they are dry fit performance shirts. So, but man, it is a warm day.
Well, I mean, if you get out and weed eat or mow the grass, you're gonna wear a long sleeve most of the time.
That's true, I guess. Maybe they're just trying to avoid sunburn. We'll see. But the officials talking, and if I had to venture a guess, Dell, I would imagine they're discussing that very thing about making sure everybody stays safe today. It is the heat of August. Here's the one saving grace. We could be playing this game in Valdosta, where it's probably 20 degrees warmer. So we are thankful to be in the climate that we're in.
That's true. That's true. Or even Columbus, Georgia, or Phoenix City, Alabama.
That's right.
For
a little
you.
warmer there too.
Yep.
Here we go. We are just about ready. Remember, Gilmer won the toss, elected to take the football, but turned it over on the opening kick. So Fannin will get that extra possession.
And as odd as it seems, that's still our only turnover.
So here we go. The Gilmer special teams unit, though, after that bobble and after the bad snap on the punt, they have recovered. You really, really have to be impressed with the job that Carter Gearhart has done. We'll see if they maybe add a wrinkle here, maybe try a squib kick or kick it to one of the up men, or if we see him just continue to kick it deep. He's done well on the extra points. And then, of course, Hunter Britton's big kickoff return. And second half is underway. That one is taken at about the 10-yard line. It'll be Braxton Cheatham looking for a lane, and he has found
he's got
one.
Space. He's gone.
It's going to be up to Gearhart to make the tackle, and you don't expect your kicker to do that. And just as we compliment the Gilmer special teams unit, it is the Rebels who take it to the house for 6. That has to get an extra smile out of Chad Cheatham over there on that sideline.
That's something else. That's 2 kickoff returns we've seen for touchdowns in a game. So a lot of times you'll go a whole season without seeing one of those.
That was beautifully done. I do have to imagine how wide the eyes of Carter Gearhart got, though, after he saw that freight train coming at him. He did his best, but no chance for the kicker one-on-one like that, flat-footed.
Yeah, in that case, best thing you can do is just try to slow them down so people from behind can catch them, but that didn't work.
Braxton Cheatham, very speedy. That's why he's back there returning kicks. And so Gilmer defense is going to get a break, but now you're down by a score, and that Fannin special teams unit really, really stepping up for their team.
And we'll get an opportunity here, assuming that the Bobcats don't return the kickoff for a touchdown. We'll get an opportunity to see the first set of adjustments. We'll see how Fannin has adjusted to the Gilmer offense and what Gilmer's offense is going to do to adjust to what Fannin was doing on defense.
The other wrinkle I think this throws in, though, is Gilmer wants to control the game. They want to stay ahead. And when you're playing from behind, it really changes what you want to do, because whether you want to admit it or not, even though we're very early here in the second half, there is a little tinge, or if you would, of desperation that you have because you know you're behind and you have to execute.
Yeah, I think you're not to disagree. I think you're a little early for desperation to start, but definitely think when you're in this style of offense, you can't afford to get 2 scores down in the second half. You can't really afford to let Fannin get more than a couple of touchdowns up. So if you're Gilmer thinking about running your offense now, you want to take your time and do what you always do, but you want to make sure that you score.
Yep, absolutely. So Bobcats will receive the kick. They finally have 11 out there. Matthew Ponton kicks it off. That one going to be taken at about the 9. Very brave kicking to Hunter Britton, and oh boy, he's still on his feet. If he had cut to the sideline, Dell, he had a lot of green pastures in front of him.
He did. Still a great return. You're going to start your offense out on the 40-yard line. You're almost immediately in 4-down territory.
And you have the opportunity now to play the third quarter like you did the second quarter. You keep it for 7 minutes. You really take some of the air out of the ball for Fannin.
I think you're just looking here to execute on your offense and take advantage of what the defense gives you.
You think anybody will be working on kick coverage in practice next week? So 1st and 10, Bobcats from the 40-yard line. That Fannin defense, of course, stacked in tight. It'll be pitched out wide. Callahan with a little bit of room. He's going to have about 7 yards on 1st down.
And we have a player down.
Looks like that is number
Braden
4.
Taylor, I think.
Yeah. See if it's cramps or if something else happened on that play. He is certainly in pain. While they tend to him, we'll step aside for 30 seconds and we'll be right back. It is 21-14 Rebels. Actually, we are going to stick right here. He got up and bounced away quickly, so thanks to Nick Boker and our crew, they kept us here just long enough to not have to go to break. So they'll go and try to get him hydrated and going again. But as you mentioned, that cumulative effect of this heat is going to be tough.
Saw it there in the first play out. And Coach Standard just does a great job of sneaking timeouts where you're not supposed to have a timeout. I mean, the play clock didn't even start. The officials let him huddle up on the sideline and then bring his team back out. So he got a free timeout out of that.
2nd down and 3 for Gilmer. And they're going to throw it, or at least attempt to. They've got a man in the middle. Great job,
Great
Braxton Cheatham, man.
Yeah. Got up and batted that away. Had the receiver in the middle of the field like you did originally. Just needed a little bit more loft on that pass. But really give more credit to the defense there. Cheatham with a great job knocking that away.
I tell you, Braxton Cheatham has really grown into a special player, both on special teams and here on defense. And so,
well, the other thing you saw there is a lot of times you really want that interception. And you try to put 2 hands up, and maybe you get it, maybe you don't. That can turn into a big play for the other team. If you slap it on the ground, you get the stop. And so he played like a coach's son, right?
I love Gilmer, though, taking that shot, keeping the defense honest. We will throw it in passing down. 2nd and 3. We had a chance there. This time going to be 3rd down, and they're going to be a little bit short. 4th and 2, Dell, you going for it here?
Oh, sure. You're down 7, and you really can't afford to go down 2 scores. And the other thing is Fannin County moves the ball so well on offense that it doesn't matter if they're back on their 20 or if they're at midfield. They're running their offense the same way. They're wide open. So this is a play where you need 3, and you've got all your options available. Quarterback can keep it, he can pitch it, or he can still go to the fullback.
So here we go, 4th down and 2, 3 seconds, 2 seconds left on the play clock. They snap the ball. They hand it to the fullback. He's got a lot of room, cuts back. Wyatt Stokes, 1st down and more, all the way down into Rebel territory, and he is pumped.
See, that's where your quarterback, having the experience of reading, leaves it with the fullback because he sees the gap. Fannin was clearly playing the wide runs, which, if you were coaching defense, that's what you'd do too.
So Gilmer, that offense finally clicking, and both of these teams executing better. Some of those errors that we saw earlier have gone away, and as soon as I say that, they'll get a penalty here, but hopefully not. That one kept by Rellinger, late pitch, and a little collision out there. That time it was Bo Cronick who came in, the junior, got the snap.
Rellinger's doing such a good job of pitching late. As you're earlier in your career running this offense, a lot of times you want to get it out quick, and that gives you the defense time to adjust. That time he pitched it late, and the offense didn't have time to adjust. His running back didn't have a chance to catch it and then see where he was going. But still, he's doing a good job of making the defense come to him.
I love that Gilmer has used a stable of backs, right? We saw Cronick there. We've seen Callahan. We've seen Cowart. We've seen Britton. We've seen Stokes, of course, up the middle. So they're doing a good job taking chances in that rotation of rotating guys out. And so.
And he got 4 on that, and Coach Standard did the timeout pretty quick.
So timeout taken on the field. We will take it with them. 21-14, our score. Will be back in 30 seconds.
Welcome to TBR Supply House, your one-stop shop for Western wear, Southern style. From the perfect pair of jeans to keep you comfortable and stylish, to belts and buckles that add a touch of flair, we've got it all. Need a new hat to keep the sun off your face? Or maybe some boots that'll take you from the ranch to the dance floor? We've got you covered. And with new products arriving daily, there's always something fresh waiting for you. Find us behind the McDonald's where the Blue Ridge Twin Cinema was. TBR Supply House, Western wear, Southern style. Welcome to TBR Supply House, your one-stop shop for Western wear, Southern style. From the perfect pair of jeans to keep you comfortable and stylish, to belts and buckles that add a touch of flair, we've got it all. Need a new hat to keep the sun off your face? Or maybe some boots that'll take you from the ranch to the dance floor? We've got you covered. And with new products arriving daily, there's always something fresh waiting for you. Find us behind the McDonald's where the Blue Ridge Twin Cinema was. TBR Supply House, Western wear, Southern style.
It is our ETC game of the week. It is a Saturday game for the first time.
It didn't start out that way.
Maybe ever, so we have had, I think, a Thursday night game that we covered one time where they had to change it, and then, COVID threw us some curveballs, but Saturday game, and it's been a fun one, 21-14 the score. Gilmer, though, driving down the field. They are deep into Fannin territory at the 29.
Fannin changes their defense. Gilmer changes their play call.
So they pitch it out to Callahan, well blocked over there by Ballou, and it will be a holding call, maybe a little too well blocked. He threw the player down on the ground, and Chad Cheatham and the official saw it at the same time, and that is the same player, Braden Taylor, who we saw with cramps a minute ago, going back over to the sideline, having a hard time.
And one of the tough things about that is your hydration that keeps you from cramping up is something that occurs a couple of days and a day before. When you're in that spot, about the only thing that can give you some immediate relief is an IV.
So as we mentioned, Grant Ballou was doing a great job of blocking that, but then kind of grabbed a hold of that jersey and slung the player to the ground. And I don't know if you know this, you can't do that.
Yeah, well, and that took away a first down. It still leaves you 2nd and 11, and you're in 4-down territory, so you're just fine. But it's not what you want when you're back on the 34-yard line, and you could have been inside the 20.
So 2nd down and 11. 8 minutes and 15 seconds left in our Bill Holt Chevrolet of Blue Ridge third quarter. We appreciate all of our sponsors. Bill Holt been with us a long time. We appreciate them bringing you this third quarter.
Really, all of our sponsors, because you can live in a lot of communities around the country, but you don't get to see high school football.
Absolutely. Had a chance. Okay, so not sure what's going on with the down on the field.
It's like some sort of illegal procedure. Cost them another
There's
5.
gonna be another penalty.
And I keep noticing Hunter Britton on the sideline trying to stretch like he's got cramps. So Bobcats losing an important defensive back and running back for a period here in the third quarter.
And you can imagine that that's going to be the case for a couple more players too, and that 85-yard kick return probably didn't help that situation.
Second down and long. Bobcats got to try not to do too much. Just get it. Great late pitch.
Tell you what, a great job that time coming in there by number 22, Conrad Head. He felt like he was pushed in the back, but he really saved a big gain. That was, if you look up late pitch in the dictionary, they can show you that play. That was very last second, and now it'll be another player cramping up for the Cats. And as we mentioned, we'll probably see a lot of that. I think that's Kyle Cowart this time, who was not feeling well earlier in the game, if you remember. So, hey, the athletic trainers are getting their
workout.
Yeah.
They are getting a lot of work in today.
By the way, speaking of athletic trainers, Fannin had a change in their administration in the offseason. Shannon York, the athletic director, heads down to be a principal at Fannin Middle. And Jeremy King, the athletic trainer and teacher, also promoted to athletic director. So got a chance to chat with him for a minute on the sidelines last night. And so congratulations to new Fannin AD Jeremy King, doing a great job. Great first name, you know. We were talking about football, though. He is a Notre Dame fan, so that's a little different down here. But, you know, nobody can be perfect.
That's true. I mean, some people are even Auburn fans.
That's right. That's right. Some people even wear Auburn shirts on the air. I could never imagine. So we will resume play here, and cramping becoming an issue for both teams. So Coward is on his feet. Britton down there continuing to be stretched out, and the Gatorade is flowing on the Gilmer sideline.
Third down and 11. The Bobcats just need to get it close enough to make it worth the try on fourth.
So they look down the middle, had Callahan there, but just a little out of his reach. So decision time again for the Bobcats. You're deep in the territory. You're at the 34-yard line. Field goal is not realistic. A punt doesn't do you a lot of good unless you take a 5-yard penalty and give yourself some room.
Well, unless you run a fake out of your punt formation, which they've shown a couple of those plays.
You think probably Fannin's ready for that, though.
But I don't think they're going to punt because Callahan's on the sideline.
So offense back out there. We'll see if they line up in the shotgun this time.
And they are.
So still only 2 receivers in the formation, and a guy back in the backfield, and then 1 tailback, Stokes, beside Rellinger. They're going to throw it, and the receiver falls down.
On his turn.
Will be incomplete. So intended receiver that time was Riley Duggan, and it will be Fannin ball, and Rellinger is still down.
He's cramping too.
So while they check on him, let's talk about one of the storylines we haven't gotten to yet, Dell, and I think this will very much affect the season, and that is region realignment. So let's talk first about Fannin. So Fannin drops down, not just region realignment, they've been reclassified. They are now a single A school, the top tier of single A, and so that completely changes their opponents and everything like that. And so we'll have a graphic up in a second that shows you the schedule for Fannin, and it's going to be a little bit different. They're in a new region with new teams, and we're going to have an opportunity to see some of those, games later in the year. But let's talk about it for just a minute. So, of course, they will start with their non-region slate, which is Gilmer. Next week, they welcome in preseason number 7, Rabun County, and Rabun has had some pretty good teams over the years.
They really have. The Warners, and then, of course, presently backup quarterback at Georgia was the quarterback there.
Yeah, Gunnar Stockton, and then, of course, the Shaws, Connor Shaw coming through there. But then they will play Union County. They'll go to Union County. Union actually lost their starting quarterback to a torn ACL in a scrimmage last week, and so it'll be a true freshman starting for Union. We'll see how that goes. Then they will make a trip over to Rome, Georgia. This is their region slate to play Coosa. They go the next week to Trenton to play Dade County. They will host Gordon Central. They will host Chattooga. They will host Armurchie. They go to Christian Heritage and then close the season with Gordon Lee. So that is their region slate. And, Dell, this is a winnable region for Fannin. And I think they may be the preseason favorite.
Yeah, I definitely think especially the way I've seen them playing today, they definitely could be a region. But I'm looking at Isaac Rellinger, who's in a tremendous amount of pain, and that whatever it is going on with him is way beyond a cramp. So I don't really know what that is, but as you know, your starting quarterback is key.
Yeah, especially in this offense. But we have seen throughout the game Bo Cronic taking snaps, and now maybe a little bit more intentionally down there taking snaps with the center. And so we'll see, what happens there. It is first down, Fannin. We're still in an official timeout, though, as they talk and
hydrate the players.
That's right, a little chance for hydration. And so shout out to both schools, their trainers, for the great job that they're doing. And so we of course want to make sure that those people are always shown the proper appreciation.
So it's a huge series for the Bobcats defense because they're down 7, and they've got a lot of folks. The Bobcats have a lot of folks on the sideline from the secondary. And so if Fannin County can go up 2 scores, it really puts them in a good position with what we're seeing happen with some of the Bobcat players here. So I don't know. I think the defense really needs a stop here. And the Rebels, of course, see it the other side. They see this as an opportunity to get 2 scores up and put themselves in the catbird seat.
So here we go, a handoff to the birthday boy, Carson Callahan, and he has a bunch of room out near midfield. So simple little handoff. One of the things that you mentioned, Dell, when we were off air at halftime is you'd like to see the Rebels incorporate Callahan more, and they've done that here early.
Well, maybe it's just good coaching strategy. They've kept him fresh into the second half, and now they can take advantage of him.
So going to be a flag here, false start on the offense. If my numbers are correct, that is the 8th Fannin penalty today. That will be something that definitely has to be fixed. So here we go. It'll be first down and 15. It's so hot today. We see lots of umbrellas. A pretty decent crowd for both of these teams for lunchtime on a Saturday. Another handoff to Callahan. This time the Bobcats get in there and stack him up after a short gain.
Nice job of stringing that out for the Bobcats defense. But again, I think Callahan does nothing except help your offense. So whether it's this game or future games, I think Fannin County wants to keep him active and in the mix when they're running their offense.
So second down and 12, officially a 3-yard pickup. Fannin usually likes to go fast, but a little more deliberate on this drive.
Well, and you can't blame them. Everybody's dealing with the same issues. It's hot on both sides of the line of scrimmage.
So it'll be another handoff, and wow, what a great job back there. That was number 18, Memphis Llewellyn, coming in there, the senior linebacker.
Did a great job. He had him one-on-one. That was not an easy tackle to make, so it brings up a 3rd and 12. So big play for the Bobcats defense again because it gives them a chance to stay only 1 score down as we're down to the 5-minute mark in the 3rd quarter.
That Gilmer linebacker unit has a chance to be special, and they jump off sides, does Gilmer. So that'll cost them 5 yards. That'll make it 3rd and 7. But Memphis Llewellyn anchoring that crew along with the 2 sophomores, Callahan and Chansey. So that has a chance to be a special unit. Trying to shore up some things in that secondary, and so I think they've held up well today.
Situationally, this helps Fannin out because they're close enough to be they're in 4-down territory if they can just get it moved a little bit closer to the down marker. So
Oh, the ball is skipped back, and Sullivan in all kinds of trouble, but it was a screen anyway, and Callahan has a ton of room, and he is finally pushed out of bounds near the 30, and there is a flag in the backfield. I wonder if they're going to get ineligible receiver. We'll see.
Wow.
But that ball was skipped back there, and so everybody broke through the line of scrimmage. It was a designed screen
to that
maybe got
side,
too
so
far.
everything worked out just fine, except there's a flag down.
The flag came in late, so we'll see, unless they roughed
they're waving it
quarterback. So they wave off whatever the penalty was, and it will be first down for the Rebels. So, but the penalty combined with that bad break really cost Gilmer, Dale.
Well, it's a great play for Fannin. They had the right play call even with the bad snap. And quarterback Sullivan did a great job of making something out of nothing.
Now they want to go fast.
Now they do want to go fast, right? You want to score while you can.
So it's play action, and found a receiver right there in the middle of the field. That was Cannon Holloway, short gain.
6 yards down the field.
Be second down and about 5 to go.
Do see Rellinger back up with his helmet on, so that's a breather for the Bobcat fans.
Sullivan going to keep it himself this time. He's got some blocks, and one
Flags.
was too good.
Yeah.
He got a flag
couple
coming
of flags.
in. One of those yes, 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 no, no, no plays. So that will be penalty number 9 on the Rebels.
Coach Cheatham out huddling up with the officials.
Can't say they're picking on him, though, because Gilmer's had 6 or 7 of their own.
No, that's exactly right. But to your earlier point, this is really, Fannin County has played very well on both defense and offense. The only thing really that's hurt them today is not only are they having the penalties, but they always seem to come at the most inopportune time. I mean, that put them in great shape, first down kind of shape.
And off to Callahan. He's still on his feet and finally driven back. Tackled by his kneecaps that time. And listen, I know we've talked about the cramping. Then Bubba Callahan going to go down with some cramps. I mean, just exhaustion on both of those, both of these, sidelines.
Well, pretty soon it's going to be really hard. I mean, the coaches are going to start cramping before long. They're not going to be able to get out there.
Well, look, Coach Cable has a long run that time. He's had a hard time, too. Shout out to Coach Cable. Brianna Wallace on the other side, the head trainer for Fannin. They've had their work cut out for them today. While we have just a second, though, let's talk about the Bobcats and their new region, and we'll, kind of think about who they play against. Not going to throw up their whole schedule, but their region is a little bit different. And so originally when they realigned these regions, they were in the region with Pickens, Dawson, and some familiar faces, but now they move west. And so the region, Adairsville, Calhoun, Gilmer, Heritage, Catoosa, the Lafayette Ramblers, Northwest Whitfield, and Ridgeland. So you look up and down this. Ridgeland is a team that struggles. Lafayette historically has been a team that struggles, but I don't know that the Cats really had any favors done for them as it relates to their region. There's Calhoun and Heritage traditionally good, and Adairsville won the region last year, so some tough games for the Bobcats ahead.
Yeah, that's for sure. I think that generally speaking, not just how this particular region lines up, but generally speaking, when the Bobcats have played to their west, they have done much better in all the sports than they have when their regions align to the east. So the Hall County schools and the schools over in that section have not been, over the years, have not been a favor for the Bobcats, and they tended to have always done better when it's to the west. So probably not thinking about this year in particular, but just in general.
Sullivan going to keep it himself again, and he is still on his feet, and he will scurry into the end zone. We have another Bobcat down, and so they're over there checking. I'm not sure if that's a cramp issue or something else, but very quickly that Fannin staff out to look, and
upper body. Yeah.
Coach Cheatham is calling for some help. It looks like maybe a pretty serious injury, and tell you what, you hate this because you don't want this game to be marred by injuries and cramping and things like that, what has been a good football game. So while they tend to the player, we'll continue with our discussion about this region. So we heard in that interview with Coach Standard, I asked him very specifically about the region change because there were accusations that they didn't want to play this team or didn't want to do this, and he was very clear with us and transparent. He said that the number one motivating factor was distance, because GAC is in that region, which I believe is in Norcross, down in that Atlanta area, almost 90 miles, and he's thinking about baseball season and basketball season where during the week you're traveling all the way down and all the way back, and he just didn't think that it was the best thing for the program, and you appreciate that as we see a replay of the touchdown here from Sullivan. Let's see where the injury took place.
McCollum's coming off the field under his own steam.
Yeah, looked like maybe he was just
holding an arm. That's what he's.
Yeah. And by the way, he is a right-handed pitcher on the baseball team.
You would bring that up.
Well, Coach Thurman over there going, all right now, what's going on? So the bigger story, though, Fannin scores a touchdown. They now have a 2-score lead with 3:29 left in the Bill Holt Chevrolet third quarter. And so if you're Gilmer, you have to get something going fast after your offense has been stifled.
Well, and the Bobcats offense is not one that's a quick scoring offense. I mean, it can happen, but that's not their primary thing. So they do better when they're grinding it out, not when they're having to generate big plays. Big plays happen because the defense misaligns, and so far, actually, Fannin has played the offense extremely well. So for the Bobcats, with a quarter and 3 minutes left to go, and with Fannin County's offense really starting to gel a little bit, they are in a position where they're in a need to score. And if they don't get there, they're going to be in a position where they've got to hope for turnovers or bad plays in order to get back in it.
Yeah, you got to hope for a break, as you mentioned. A break somehow, and whether it is a turnover, a miscue, or a kick return, whatever it might be, to kind of swing that momentum back. Because you're right, Dale. It very much feels like Fannin, particularly offensively, is in control.
Yeah.
So Donna Enos is going to be heading back down to the sidelines. She was under a forced hydration break up here with us.
She was under weather warning.
That's right. And I hate to say this, where we are, it's a nice temperature in here. It's about 75 degrees, but over in other parts of the press box, it's a chilly 66. And so everybody down on the field probably doesn't appreciate that. So Gilmer just very wisely falls on it, and I like that play from Fannin from their special teams unit. Just eliminate any possibility for a
you're
return.
Exactly right. I mean, why you've worked real hard to build this 2-touchdown lead. Why give a cheap one up on a kickoff return? And that really was a smart play, and it forces the Bobcats to use their offense the way their offense works, and they've got to go a long way. They got to go 76 yards.
Shout out to Jeff Kuna, the special teams coach for the Rebels. First down and 10. A little more necessity behind these Gilmer possessions here. Rellinger back out there after being tended to on the sidelines.
But Callahan's still under the tent along with the lineman.
So it'll be Stokes up the middle. And you can't really tell these kids, you can't really show them how important it is to hydrate on a Tuesday or a Wednesday until you have this happen. I don't think it'll be a problem anymore.
No, and it's not going to be a problem anymore because the calendar changes once you get past Labor Day. It's not so much of an issue as you have today. But I mean, today's just really, really tough, and it's affected both sides.
Second down and 6. They're going to hand it off to Stokes again, and he is tackled by 4 Fannin defenders. To talk about the Fannin defense for a minute, and we talked about this with Coach Cheatham on Tuesday. This is the only team they play that runs this offense.
Right.
And so, the the discipline that's necessary and the preparation that's gone in. He said, and I don't know that I believe him, but he said he hasn't really focused any on Ray-Bin or Union yet because they've been so focused on what Gilmer does. And so they've put in a lot of preparation to make those 3-yard gains not be 20-yard gains.
And it's worked well for them. They've done a great job on it.
Wyatt Stokes on that left side again. Looks like he's going to have enough for a first down.
Well, they did a great job of stopping his lean, and he got an excellent spot in terms of forward progress. And I think the official moved the ball back after the chains had already moved. Not of all the calls I think I would have fussed about the most, I might have fussed about that one.
So if you're Coach Standard here, this might be one of those times where you take a shot in the passing game or try to do something different with 1:35 left here in the third, down 2 scores.
Well, they've had a couple of those shots and haven't been able to connect on them. So it's and you've watched Fannin's defense keep creeping up within 6-7 yards of the line of scrimmage.
Hard count that time trying to get something going, but instead they just hand it off and nothing happening there.
Rellinger wanted to pull it and pitch it, but he lost. He didn't have time. And that resulted in a 1-yard gain.
Oh, under a minute now in the Bill Holt Chevrolet third quarter. Gatorade will be out of stock at your local Walmart after this game today. So Rellinger doing that hard count now on almost every play. Wow, what a run that time from Stokes. Just kind of came out of the pile.
Well, and they're running him a lot. I think that's the 3rd or 4th carry on this series. And I think they're doing it because, Fannin's getting a little tired. You see their defensive players on the line starting to hold their sides a little bit. That's a indicator. And really, you want to make them dedicate another player or two inside to stop the fullback so that you can spring something wide. Fannin's done a great job of playing that wide pitch game real well.
3rd and 2, and that's going to do it for the third quarter. But on the other side of this quarter change, Gilmer is going to have arguably the most important play of the game, a 3rd down and 2. And Donna Enos has made it back down to the field. Coach, has it cooled off any since you were down there last? Don't know if we can hear her or not right this second. We'll try to get Coach back in just a minute. But while we wait on her and while they get ready to head to the fourth, we will take a quick break. 28-14 Rebels.
El Rey Azteca Mexican Restaurant. Tempt your taste buds with our authentic, from-scratch Mexican cuisine. Enjoy sizzling fajitas or our famous El Rey Azteca burrito. We've got a mouth-watering variety of dishes and desserts just for you. Relax on our patio, get cozy indoors, or unwind at our lively bar. There's a perfect spot for everyone. Come to El Rey Azteca Mexican Restaurant for delicious food, great drinks, and fun, where every meal is a fiesta.
If I could be you, and you could be me for just 1 hour. If we could find a way to get inside each other's minds. Walk a mile in my shoes. Walk a mile in my shoes. Well, before you abuse, criticize, and accuse. Walk a mile in my shoes.
Fourth quarter about to get underway. It is 28-14 Fannin. This fourth quarter brought to you by Climatrol Air Heating and Cooling. And if there has ever been a commercial to be aired and a sponsor to be thanked, it is Climatrol Air. And it is a great day to appreciate air conditioning. But Dell, your grandparents, my great grandparents, they lived without air conditioner. We'll be all right.
They did, but they made great use of the front porch.
That's right.
3rd and short. I'd say with the score what it is, this is 4-down territory regardless, but they'd like not to have to make a 4th down play here.
Here we go, 3rd down and 2. Rellinger kept it, and the
And
ball is
fumbled.
on the ground, and that will be Fannin football. He was trying to stretch out to get that first down, probably had it anyway, but that one slapped away, and it will be Fannin football. You love the effort, but a poor decision there, and he is limping horribly off the field.
Yeah, he was wanting to get the pitch, and Fannin did a great job of overplaying the pitch and forced him back inside to run. Run was not what he had in mind.
Tell you hate to say it because it's so predictable, but handing off to Stokes right there may have been the right read, but you love the effort from the senior quarterback, and especially with the amount of pain we know that he's probably in. But Fannin, though, you have to tip your cap to that defense. Man, what a great job they have done all afternoon, but especially there on that drive and knocking that ball away. And now Fannin, if you're Coach Cheatham and Coach Woodall in that offense, you're thinking one more score probably salts this one away.
Yeah, it's exactly right. That's and the reality is Fannin has played very well on both sides of the ball today. Other than penalties, they have been hard to stop.
Wow, 3 missed tackles that time, and Callahan's still upright. Sullivan that time under center, and the Cooper-born helmet saga continues. He lost it again that time.
I'd say somebody's got to get that fixed before the next game. There's too many plays he's had to miss because his helmet won't stay on.
He looks like maybe he got a haircut. Had really long hair last year, so they hadn't had the helmet resized to account for the loss of hair.
That could be it.
So Fannin now, you would assume, going to be very deliberate, up 2 scores with less than 12 to play. As they come to the line here, 5 seconds on the play clock. They're going to have to hurry. Yep, and they do end up having to burn a timeout. I think we have Donna Enos back down. And, Coach, the question that I was asking you earlier, has it cooled off any since you were down there last?
No, it hasn't. It's still really hot, but there is a little bit of a breeze right now, which will help. But, during that third quarter when I was taking a little break, just the cramping issue for both teams is getting to the point where it looks like it's pretty serious, and this fourth quarter is going to be tough on both sides.
Yeah, Coach, it's one of those things where you see a kid cramp up, but this has really affected the outcome of the game in a lot of ways.
It really has. I mean, Rellinger, he had that cramp in both legs just earlier, and so glad to see him back out there, but it looks like he's got another one. But the heat, I mean, Dale and I really have talked about it a lot. It just keeps building, and it's not going to get any better until they can get some hydration.
Yeah, absolutely. So with 11:43 left, both teams going to have to deal with it, and, with good use of the timeout there to get the kids hydrated and also avoid that 5-yard penalty. So Fannin already with a two-score lead and trying to put it on ice here. And Gilmer, as we mentioned, is not a quick strike offense. They're not built for that. And so down 3 scores really, really would put them in a giant hole.
You've got to have some sort of break. Oh, wow.
Wow, what a choice by Callahan there to try to hurdle, but still didn't go down. So on his birthday, trying to get some highlights for the highlight reel. By the way, while we mentioned birthdays, we also have to give a shout out to Jake Callahan celebrating his birthday today. I'm out here watching his son play. Turns 41. I thought he was almost 50, but they said he's just 41 today. So I promised that I would make sure that he got a birthday shout out. So happy birthday, Jake.
So now Fannin with a triple I. 3 folks in the I formation. That's pretty funny. Somebody's going in motion.
Wow, nearly threw that one away.
Right. They got it blocked pretty good, but just didn't get it blocked good enough.
He almost threw that one away, Dale. That one was just caught in the left hand by Callahan. So 3rd down here and about 6 to go. Gilmer desperately needs to get a stop. They'll have to get 2.
You're right. And we've seen it be very effective twice, and would not shock me to see that quarterback draw here.
See what kind of adjustments that they've made on defense for that.
Right now, just using that 3rd back in the eye to do some lead blocking. Now he's going to throw. He's got a receiver open. And wow, that's going to turn into a touchdown.
How about that? A little play action out there to the big guy. It's the junior Noah Burnett for 6. And that was a very, very well-executed play and not who you were going to expect to catch it, but showing that even big guys can be fleet of foot. Touchdown, Rebels, and that one really, really a dagger for Gilmer.
Yeah, with 10:39 to go in the game, the Bobcats will need to force a turnover or 2 in order to climb back in this one. But it begins with the next series where they have the football and making something happen on it.
You love to see Burnett with that score. He was injured and missed most of the year last year with that, and so now back in his junior season, he gets the score, and the first guy to greet him is his head coach over there, so big score for him. We'll step aside for 30 seconds. When we come back, Gilmer will try to climb out of the hole down 35-14.
Discover the great outdoors with TBR Outdoors. We can't wait to become your #1 choice for quality outdoor gear in the North Georgia area. From top-of-the-line rifles, handguns, and shotguns to a wide selection of ammo, we've got you covered. Gear up for your next outdoor adventure with our durable and reliable hunting, hiking, and camping supplies. TBR Outdoors. Outdoor supplies to fuel your adventures in the North Georgia mountains and beyond.
It is our ETC game of the week, and right now it is a game that belongs to the Fannin Rebels. A commanding 3-score lead, 35-14. They have dominated this second half, and that offense has been really, really clicking, and they look like a team that can do some damage, Dell-Land.
Yeah, I think so. I think offensively and defensively, when they've kept themselves out of the penalty situation, they really have executed well. They look good. They're talented. They've got good linemen. They've got good skill position players. I think this team can really do some damage this year.
Gilmer, somebody's got to get on that ball, and Wyatt Stokes just falls on it. And not what you were wanting. You were looking for some kind of return there.
But you have the football. And without the football, they didn't have much of a chance to do anything. So
Wyatt Stokes falls on that one after he and Chaz Curtis run into each other. So 1st and 10 Cats from the 25-yard line. You got to have something explosive here. You're not in the final minute of the game, but you're down 3 scores, and you've got to get a quick score and a stop.
And that's difficult because really their legs are spent by right now. So finding the quickness to break something long is really hard.
You know, I think that you automatically think, oh, you've got to have a Hail Mary, and they are going to try to throw it. At least Rellinger's going to keep it and get a short gain. But I think your best chance at an explosive play at this point, Rellinger says, I don't need your help. Leave me alone. Number 15, Scotty Waldrop, tried to help him up, and he said no thanks. But, you know, your best chance is probably one of those cross-buck plays or a sweep play where it's blocked really well. You're not really built to just line up and throw the ball downfield.
Honestly, with as tired as everybody is, you got to find some fresh legs on the sideline and see if you can get them wide.
That one is pitched, and that's exactly what we're talking about. Some running room. What a block over there on the outside. And Hunter Britton all the way out, and he is thrown down on the sideline.
There should be a flag there.
The official doesn't throw it, and Hunter Britton's thinking, man, I'm already cramping up. What are you doing?
Well, when you're in the purple and you go through with the tackle, that's generally speaking when you get a flag. So
it wasn't a violent throwdown or anything, but
no, but still, you're tackling in the purple. That's a penalty. It's not. It doesn't have to be violent. It just has to be illegal.
And the official was right there and didn't throw the flag. So
exactly.
Probably a missed one.
No, I don't necessarily think it misses. I think these guys have done a real good job of trying not to. They've called enough. They've tried real hard not to call too many. And they just decided we're late in the game. We'll let that go.
It is a first down for the Cats, though, trying to move on offense. They pitch it this time to Callahan. He's got some running room. He has got to beat one guy, and Cannon Holloway, the freshman, steps in there and tackles the big guy. What a tackle for Holloway.
Again, that's a fresh legs issue. I think early in the game, Callahan's got enough under him to get there. But, hey, both teams have the same heat they're dealing with, and there's a flag on the field.
I didn't even see it, and so it's going to be holding.
Bring that one back.
Cannon Holloway and Bubba Callahan are buddies. I guarantee you there'll be a text after the game. Hey, how about that, big boy? But, man, that puts a big damper on what was an explosive play for Gilmer, and that clock continuing to become a menace for these Bobcats. The good news, though, if you're a Gilmer fan, even if you don't make this what would be an epic comeback, it is a non-region game, and not that it doesn't count, but it is it's not in the region standings, and so you're okay.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, it's early in the year. I think if you're Gilmer, one of the things that you don't like is there's some holes exposed that have to get cleaned up.
Big play there. Grant Ballou takes the late pitch and runs it all the way down to the 35-yard line.
So that's a big play for the Cats. A couple of chunk plays there, one callback and one carried on, but Bobcats are on the 35, and the thing is, you can't. There's no play in football that gets you 3 touchdowns. You got to get one, and then try to figure out what to do next. So this becomes a very important possession. Certainly 4-down territory with 9:15 to go in the game, and down 3 scores. The Bobcats are going to have to get it in the end zone before they can worry about what else they can do.
So 1st and 10 now for the Cats. Another pitch to Ballou, and good job that time of coming off his block to make the tackle. That's number 22, Conrad Head. We've seen him make a couple of good plays out there on defense.
Fannin County with a lot of juniors and seniors on this squad, and that's really really helpful. In fact, both of these teams are not playing too many sophomores, that's for sure. And that tells you your program's maturing when you're able to fill the team with juniors and seniors.
I believe either 15 or 16 seniors for this Fannin class, and that's impressive. And Paul Standard going to use another timeout. I would think you'd want to save those. Don't know exactly what that one was about. But, Coach, as we continue to think about this game, Gilmer in a big hole down 21, we do kind of think ahead a little bit. We've talked about, kind of what the future holds. But if you're Fannin, you have to be very optimistic about what you have in front of you with the region schedule.
Oh, absolutely. They really, they've had some miscues, but, they really look good. And, they took some lumps last year playing such a young squad, and that's paying off for them this year.
Absolutely. And for Gilmer, you shake this one off, and this was such a rare circumstance. And, you look at all these players and say, look at all the players cramping. When you're playing both ways and some of them playing special teams, there's no way to avoid that. And so you can sort of put an asterisk by this one in a lot of ways, which they won't. I don't think they'll make any excuses, but you've got to shake this off because you've got a good Union team coming in here next week.
I'll tell you what that I like about Gilmer. They're down 3 scores, but they came out. They're still playing so hard, and they did not drop their head. They're still playing, so that's a good sign.
Absolutely. So just about ready to come out of this timeout. And Dell, it's so hard in high school to have a short memory, especially because you'll be getting a lot of texts and snaps and stuff from, hey, you stink, kind of things. And which probably these kids will all be eating at Waffle House together this evening anyway. But you got to shake it off and move on because you have too much season left in front of you.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the coaching staff will do a good job with that. But the reality is it's okay. It's okay for them to be a little disappointed because they're good enough to be not 3 touchdowns down.
Yeah.
And certainly Fannin County's played very good, but I'm just saying, the 2 teams are fairly close. You might have a slight edge to Fannin, just like the odds makers sort of thought. But the reality is there's going to be some disappointment there all around, and that's okay as long as you don't let it carry into the next week and the next week and the next week.
And Wyatt Stokes doing his best impersonation of a pinball that time picks up the first down. I think for Fannin, you've got the opposite challenge. You don't get too high. Look how great we are. You've got to stay humble, and I'm sure that looking at some of those penalties, they'll be able to do that. Nice little pitch and catch that time from Rellinger to Britton. So now 1st and goal for the Cats with 8 minutes left.
Yeah, and Fannin has Raven County coming, so don't think there's much chance of anybody getting to feel like they're too hot. But I think it certainly sets that up to be a big time game from a state view, not just in Blue Ridge and Clayton, Georgia, but just statewide to see if Fannin County is really up at that level now.
Yeah, preseason number 13, Rabin preseason number 7 in that single A classification. Should be interesting to see. So Gilmer trying to punch it in here and stay alive in this game. They're going to hand it to Stokes, and he is going to ramble on into the end zone for a Bobcat touchdown. So the deficit narrowed here with 7.5, and Gilmer continuing to think about how to stay close in this game. Would you consider here an onside kick or something funny on special teams, or what do you do if you're the coaching staff?
Yeah, so it depends on what they do well. Whether it's a squib kick or an onside kick, I think probably the only thing you don't do is kick it deep, because you've already found out that didn't work great. But definitely try to do something. I think the big thing, Don already mentioned this, that you're pleased to see is there was no let up. They came just as hard on that series as they did when the score was 0-0. So that's sort of what you expect, and you're glad to see it.
So kick is up and good. Oh, Donna Enos, that one was coming right towards you. Wyatt Stokes really imposing his will, at least on that drive, to try to keep Gilmer in it.
Yeah, he made a great cut right there to get into the end zone. And, going back to the pass play, that was just a great play, making adjustments right there in the ball in the air. And so great execution by the Bobcats.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Dell, let's talk about this Gilmer offense a little bit. And we're very fond of it in the way they do things, but it has looked a little different, especially here this time. You see that pass play, and Gilmer's going to have to be a little more, I don't know if explosive is the word, or a little more intentional on varying things, changing things up, to try to get it moving.
Well, I'll say I don't know if it's if it was the scheme or the talent, maybe combination of both. But Fannin has played the wide game, the wide running game today, as good as I've seen anybody play it since Coach Standard arrived on campus. So if Coach Cheatham told you that they spent some time focusing on it, it was time well spent, because they've played that wide game very well. I think we've already seen that the Bobcats have the ability to throw the ball more this year, and they're willing to do it. We've seen it today. We've seen a couple of receivers, especially down the center of the field, open, and either timing was off, penalty, for different reasons, those passes didn't connect. I think the offense is basically sound. I can't really see anything negative in the offensive play today. I think the bigger issue is speed on defense, particularly in the secondary. I think there's gonna be a lot of teams that are going to try to throw the ball on them this year for sure.
Absolutely, and the cramping issue certainly rearing its ugly head, but Gilmer's done a good job not turning the ball over. The fumble that we saw, of course, was Rellinger trying to reach that thing out to make a first down, and you appreciate the effort. And this has been a really long break. They've given him some time to hydrate. You appreciate that from the officials.
Well, Fannin's on the field, so I'm surprised they're not pulling Gilmer out. But
looks like they maybe had some time set aside. I see the official looking at his watch.
Gotcha.
But while we here we go. They're just about ready.
The other thing you got to think of if you're Fannin is what's the trick coming? Because there's 7:27 left to go. You're still down 2 touchdowns. You got to steal a possession sometime. For Gilmer, they're down to 1 timeout, so that's not going to be part of their strategy.
Looks like that he is setting up, perhaps for an onside kick, very deliberately placing that ball on the tee. I tell you, we've seen this, though, about 3 times already, not knowing who's supposed to be out there on the kickoff team. That's not a great look. Player running on at
on
the very
special
last
teams,
second.
we've seen players running on the field late in pretty much every aspect of it, whether it was punt, kickoff, or extra point. But again, depending on what you're doing, if you're trying an onside kick, you probably have a different group out there, right? So you see over here on the right-hand side, you have all the Bobcats' fastest players. I'd say there's something coming over here about the 5-0 mark.
So good job by Fannin, and never got the bounce, and so
fielded that like a shortstop.
And that is the quarterback, Sullivan, by the way, who fell on that one. So you want your most sure-handed guys out there. Well, and now if you're the defense, no question here. You've just got to get a stop.
And Fannin has great field position sitting out at the 48-yard line. So I honestly wouldn't expect Coach Cheatham to get conservative here.
7:26 left in this Climatrol Air Heating and Cooling fourth quarter. Been a long, hot, difficult game, already approaching 2 o'clock. So we should see a heavy dose of Callahan and Sullivan running the ball, we would suspect. It will be Callahan on first down, and he is stacked up. Gain of about 2. So if you're that Gilmer
the inside
defense, got to step it up here.
Yeah, the inside running game is not the strength of Fannin County's scheme. Their formation lends itself to a lot of passing, spreading the field. The quarterback draws work nice, and of course Callahan right and left. But you got to run it in the middle every now and then just to keep everybody honest.
That's right. 2nd down and 8. Sullivan keeps it this time, and he's got running room.
I wondered about that.
And nobody's going to catch him. That's going to be the 3rd time we've seen that work to perfection. It'll be a Fannin Rebel touchdown. And, hey, little shimmy in the end zone for Lawson Sullivan. And he has every reason to celebrate as Fannin just continues to dominate this second half.
Yeah, we've seen that quarterback draw work for them really every time. There's only one time I saw the Bobcats stop that, so he's broken off long gains doing that, and it seems to be there for him still.
Going to be some partying in Blue Ridge this evening, the way this Rebel team is playing.
I sort of doubt that. I think they're going to be some tired kids. They might find enough energy to party, but.
Extra point for Matthew Ponton is up and good. 6.5 to play. Rebels continuing to dominate, 42-21. We'll be right back.
Discover the great outdoors with TBR Outdoors. We can't wait to become your #1 choice for quality outdoor gear in the North Georgia area. From top-of-the-line rifles, handguns, and shotguns to a wide selection of ammo, we've got you covered. Gear up for your next outdoor adventure with our durable and reliable hunting, hiking, and camping supplies. TBR Outdoors. Outdoor supplies to fuel your adventures in the North Georgia mountains and beyond.
Since 1994, North Georgia has called on Appalachian Propane for all its propane needs. Why propane? It's extremely affordable, efficient, and most of all, clean burning. Go green and think clean with propane. Our exceptional customer service and affordable rate has made us the best choice for residential, business, and farms throughout North Georgia. So the next time you think propane, think Appalachian Propane, a division of the Thomas Oil Company since 1960. Remember, go green and think clean with Appalachian Propane.
Fannin celebrating, just enjoying, basking in the glory of a 21-point lead. And I tell you what, they have played incredibly well here today. Hunter Britton picking that one up, a little squibber, and nice little juke move that time.
That's
and
good.
A lot of work for a short return, but they do get it out near the 30 to about the 27-yard line, 28. Slow to get up that time.
Yep. That he makes it to his feet.
And stays out there. A lot of toughness on that Gilmer sideline. They're going to yank him off now. So it'll be 1st and 10. Cats got to continue to play. Still 6 minutes and 20 seconds.
A lot of fresh players for the Rebels in the game right now, and I think that's a good move on Coach Cheatham's standpoint. Bobcat's still trying to win this thing, but he's given his looks like a whole fresh defense out there.
A lot of clean jerseys.
Yep.
It'll be Rellinger who keeps it, pitches it late. Grant Ballou got some running room and stiff arms, works his way out of bounds near midfield. So good play for the Bobcats that time.
Yeah, the Bobcats will do pretty well against the backups here, or should. And then, you may see Coach Standard go to the same thing. A lot of good time to get some of your sophomores and freshmen playing time.
Yeah, especially maybe the next possession after this one, if you get it, just to give your starters a chance to relax, because you've got a big game next week too with Union coming in here.
Exactly. And A.J. Callahan taking some snaps on the sideline. Folks watch last couple of years, expect him to be playing that position in the future.
Yeah, the next big thing. Fannin has something similar going on with Cannon Holloway, so the future out there on the field, but not playing their positions just yet.
Well, Callahan is. He just went in at quarterback.
Oh, there you go.
I like Coach Standard not letting Rellinger stay out there and get hurt this late in the game.
Shook his hand and patted him on the head and told him how proud of him he was, and so it will be Callahan just as you bring it up. He steps out there and he will take over the offense, and first play is a good one, little crossbuck, and hands it off. Number 11 with the carry, Ryan Rellinger.
So
we're getting a lot of the freshmen out there.
Seeing,
Little brothers and cousins and friends out there. And look, why not get some of these young guys some playing time while you have a chance? You'd rather be up 21, but even down 21, you have a chance to do well. And I think too, probably player safety has a lot to do with this as well, because
you got some fresh legs. It's a good chance to get them some snaps. Nothing hurting here. So we get a look at the new fullback of the future. It's number 3, Landon Ledford, sophomore. These guys have had a lot of success at the middle school level. So
a lot of these last names sound familiar too. So third and final timeout going to be taken by Paul Standard. We will take it with him. It is 42-21. We'll be right back.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire, and how to control the flames. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
And we are back. Timeout just about concluded. Got some players over there still cramping
some officials. I'm seeing some officials that are needing that water.
It just took Reed Holloway over there to work out some cramps. Another one of the freshmen out there for Fannin. So Gilmer now with their youngsters
the young
out there.
cats know the plays.
And just as soon as you say that.
I still knew the plays. Just the snap count that was the problem. Somebody's getting marked back 5.
It's going to be on Fannin, actually. They call offsides on the Rebels. So
oh, wow.
Our apologies. This clock continuing to tick down. Let's talk for just a second about our friends down the road in Pickens. They have a game tonight. They will resume trailing Pepperell 14-0. And so we'll let you know how that one turns out next week when we join you back, hopefully on Friday night, not Saturday.
Complete new regime down the road.
Hired a new head coach in Craig Bennett, a coach who comes in with a great reputation and opportunity to sort of restart the culture, but a whole new system, new terminology. And so we expect them to struggle out of the gate. They open the year with Pepperell, then they go on the road to Sonoraville, which will be a challenge. And then on August the 30th, 2 weeks from last night, they will host this Bobcat team. That should be a good game. Always a fun one, if nothing else.
Always a renewal of those festivities.
And they'll start
the Dragons and the Cats.
That's right. They'll start their region slate. They go 2 road games, to North Hall and to the War Eagles of Chestatee, as we see this play here. And that is going to be down at about the 5-yard line, and they will welcome in Johnson of Gainesville. Then they go to Greater Atlanta Christian on October 25th. That could be a tough one. Then, not any easier, they will close the year by hosting Lumpkin County. So GAC and Lumpkin in the top 10 preseason in AAA. So Pickens, a tough road to hoe here in Craig Bennett's first year.
Yeah, and it takes a full year to get a system implemented. Nobody wants to hear that, but it really does. As the season goes on, they'll get better.
Oh, that ball fumbled on third down. So you have a unique opportunity here. You can run your offense, or you can let Gearhart try to get a field goal attempt. But
you're gonna run your offense.
AJ Callahan making the first few of many walks over to his head coach. They're going to get to know each other very well in the next 4 years. Tell you, days like today though may make you think about retirement if you're Standard and Cheatham after their long careers. This is a tough day. So they will push forward, and looks like they will pick up the first down. Not a touchdown, but they'll pick up the first down. So it'll be first and goal with a little over 2 minutes left to play in the game.
So interesting to watch both of these younger squads playing, and it's good for both of them to get snaps for sure. Nothing takes the place of experience on the field.
First and goal, Callahan takes the snap, hands it off, and that's going to be at first stacked up, but it will be a touchdown.
Ledford impressed me that time. He's done a nice job carrying the football.
So the youngster pushed into the end zone for a Bobcat touchdown, and so the first of hopefully many touchdowns for Ledford. And that Gilmer special teams unit, which is a bunch of the starters who have some heavy legs, head back in there for the extra point. You see Rellinger and Bubba Callahan and some of those guys there. They are laboring.
Hey, I feel tired for them.
I do too, absolutely, and just especially after like going through the whole prep yesterday, and we didn't call the game until 9 o'clock last night, and so short night and early call this morning, and so they're going to deserve whatever break they get this evening. No laying out of church tomorrow though for anybody. Can't use that as an excuse. Go to bed early and get up. So 1 minute 36 seconds to go. It is 42-28, and I don't think we'll see any tomfoolery with any onside kicks or anything like that. I think everybody's content to go home, and we're going to try and get Coach Chad Cheatham after the game. We're set up on the opposite side of where the field house is, and so we're going to attempt to get him. If not, we'll hear from him later in the week, but he's a guy that'll have to be celebrating. Once they get all the injuries sorted out and get everybody hydrated, they'll have a chance to really break things down. And I think the biggest celebration that they'll have is how they played in the second half. That first half just so crazy, but the adjustments that were made at halftime and how they just completely dominated this second half, especially on the offensive side.
Yeah, I think really, if you want to look at the way they played, the only thing they did in the second half different than the first was they cut out the penalties.
Yeah.
I mean, they were executing their offense well in the first half. They just kept stubbing their toe. Every time they have a great play, it'd get called back. So I think their defense played pretty well the entire game. You can look at it and say, well, there's 28 points on the board or 21 points on the board when the two first teams are out there. But, there's not going to be many teams that are going to hold this Bobcats offense to 21 points this year.
And really, 7 of those were on a kick return.
Right.
So the offense really had trouble scoring. They are going to onside kick. So not quite ready to throw in the purple towel yet is Coach Standard. Trying to maybe get a bounce on this one, and Lawson Sullivan falls back on top of it again. So he's done a good job out there on the hands team. That one got a little
good
bounce.
To put your quarterback there. It's good to have him there because that's a guy that has to handle the football more than anybody else on the team.
Until he gets popped after he catches it. You tell him catch it and get on the ground, sir.
That's it.
But that one did have a little more bounce, so Gerhardt getting some experience as well. You know, reps, game reps, as you mentioned, Dale, important. Minute and 30 left. We'll see Fannin with some of their youngsters run the offense. We'll see who's under center this time. Imagine it won't be Sullivan. Cannon Holloway was out there. He goes out. So we'll see maybe Elijah Weaver, the backup quarterback, getting some reps. We'll see who's out there.
O'Neal is nope. I think he's going to be a runner. Well, I can't tell. He's a quarterback.
So that will be Nate O'Neal, the sophomore, out there at quarterback, and so that will be he'll be the backup behind Sullivan. One thing about this, you do give away your depth chart. Everybody knows who the backups are now if there was an injury. And, you know, look, it's so important because, as we've seen today, you're one bad game or one misstep away from being the starter. Union County is experiencing that for themselves with the injury they had. I'll tell you, that is a big tailback, number 42 out there, Bryson Cole, a sophomore. That's a big guy to tackle.
He is. It's like having a tight end lined up at tailback.
So probably be the final play of the game, you would imagine here. Ryan Preston, the freshman, out there for Fannin as well. So getting some of these youngsters some reps. Preston takes the handoff and nearly broke it, and he's tackled after a first down gain, and that should do it for this ball game. And you have to give a huge shout out to the Rebels and as well to the Bobcats. And first, as we get ready to wrap this one up here in a second and take a quick break before we see if we can get Coach Cheatham, both teams have to be commended, Dell, for their resiliency and their toughness in these conditions. Not just, you know, the heat. The heat is the number one motivating factor, but everything messed up, your routine messed up. You got to get up on a Saturday morning when you probably had other things planned. And so just the fact that they came out and performed this well, it deserves a tip of the cap. Coaches and players.
Oh, absolutely. There's no question about it. It was not an easy day for anybody.
Marching bands showed up. They played the whole game. Fans that showed up. So just a shout out to both communities in unusual circumstances. And so let's talk about Gilmer, though. You're going to be disappointed when you look at this. You'll look at mistakes, missed opportunities. You will look at, I think, defensively, some major hiccups and some things you have to work on. And so you'll go back to the drawing board as you get ready to welcome Union in next Friday.
Yeah, there's no question. It's definitely they're going to have a different feel to them. There's going to be a little bit more focus, if you will, as they prepare. You know, the Rebels have got a different opponent coming in, so I think you're going to see a lot of focus from them next week. But generally speaking, most everybody feels like your most improvement occurs between game 1 and game 2. And Union County's got a real good team. I understand they've got a quarterback issue, so that could impact them some. But they still have a good physical football team. So both of these teams have something to get ready for. And as we've talked about all game long, regions still 2 or 3 weeks away, and that's what these games do, is help you find your holes and get them fixed.
Yep. So if you're Gilmer, you have some areas to work on, but some things to celebrate as well. You have to be happy with your young kicker. He's done well. You have to be happy with. To me, they have a wide array of weapons, especially that backfield. You know, there's some talent there, and I think you have some youngsters on defense, some areas to work on, right? So back to the drawing board this week. You get ready to welcome in Union County. You start over there. For Fannin, let's turn the page for them. So you've got, about 2 hours to celebrate, and then you start watching film on Rabun County, one of the as far as mountain schools, small mountain schools, really the gold standard in a lot of ways. And so they're going to come in, they're going to travel west and come in, and so you have a chance to celebrate this, but you've got some work to do too. Specifically, I think what we've all talked about, eliminating penalties.
Yeah, Fannin County has a much cleaner bill of health than Gilmer County does. If I'm just independent evaluating, I think Fannin's got to clean up penalties. But from an execution standpoint, their offense and defense, they executed very well minus the penalties. For the Bobcats, their offense executed pretty well against a very good defense, by the way. But I think defensively they've got some stuff to dig into.
Yeah, so Fannin, dual threat quarterback, an experienced tailback, the line making holes. They've got a lot of things going on, but always areas to improve as we watch that film. So we're going to step aside. When we come back, we will hear from Donna Enos. We will try to get a hold of Coach Chad Cheatham, and we will wrap this one up for you. A little Saturday football. Stay with us for one more break, and then we'll be right back.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire, and how to control the flames. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Latrell's Hardware in Copper Hill, Tennessee is your one-stop do-it-yourself shop. We stock everything from fasteners, electrical and plumbing parts, power tools,
animal feed, and so much more.
Save yourself a trip or two into town and come see us at Latrell's Hardware
on Highway 68 in Copper Hill, next to Runway Fireworks.
Or give us a call at 423-548-3300.
Bill Holt Chevrolet in Blue Ridge has over 170 new Chevrolets on their way. Silverado, Equinox, Colorado, and more. Secure your new vehicle before it's gone. Now is the time to buy. For North Georgia's best truck inventory, there's only one name you need to know. Bill Holt Chevrolet in Blue Ridge.
When we have the food we need, we are at our best. We push further. We rise higher. We unlock our full potential. When we have the food we need, we make our communities stronger. Together, we can help everyone get the food they need to thrive. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/act now.
When it comes to your comfort, trust Climatrol Air Heating and Cooling. Customer service and customer care, that's who we are. Whether at your home or work, we're proud to bring you top-tier service. We are your local Carrier factory authorized dealer. We specialize in Carrier and service all major brands. We provide free estimates tailored to your needs with a 100% customer satisfaction guarantee. Our maintenance plans keep your system running smoothly and efficiently year-round. Locally owned and operated, Climatrol Air Heating and Cooling, where your comfort is our commitment.
Welcome to TBR Supply House, your one-stop shop for Western wear, Southern style. From the perfect pair of jeans to keep you comfortable and stylish, to belts and buckles that add a touch of flair, we've got it all. Need a new hat to keep the sun off your face? Or maybe some boots that'll take you from the ranch to the dance floor? We've got you covered. And with new products arriving daily, there's always something fresh waiting for you. Find us behind the McDonald's where the Blue Ridge Twin Cinema was. TBR Supply House, Western wear, Southern style.
Everyone has a ritual, that small thing to keep us focused. A habit we never skip, to clear our minds and elevate our performance.
But what do you do to keep your head in the game? To drown out the self-doubt and support your mental health. Because being your best isn't just about taking care of your body.
It's about taking care of your mental health. Discover the resources that you need to keep your mind focused and your mental health a priority.
El Rey Azteca Mexican restaurant. Tempt your taste buds with our authentic, from-scratch Mexican cuisine. Enjoy sizzling fajitas or our famous El Rey Azteca burrito. We've got a mouth-watering variety of dishes and desserts just for you. Relax on our patio, get cozy indoors, or unwind at our lively bar. There's a perfect spot for everyone. Come to El Rey Azteca Mexican restaurant for delicious food, great drinks, and fun, where every meal is a fiesta.
If I could be you, and you could be me for just 1 hour. If we could find a way to get inside each other's minds. Walk a mile in my shoes. Walk a mile in my shoes. Well, before you abuse, criticize, and accuse. Walk a mile in my shoes.
Discover the great outdoors with TBR Outdoors. We can't wait to become your #1 choice for quality outdoor gear in the North Georgia area. From top-of-the-line rifles, handguns, and shotguns to a wide selection of ammo, we've got you covered. Gear up for your next outdoor adventure with our durable and reliable hunting, hiking, and camping supplies. TBR Outdoors. Outdoor supplies to fuel your adventures in the North Georgia mountains and beyond.
Since 1994, North Georgia has called on Appalachian Propane for all its propane needs. Why propane? It's extremely affordable, efficient, and most of all, clean burning. Go green and think clean with propane. Our exceptional customer service and affordable rate has made us the best choice for residential, business, and farms throughout North Georgia. So the next time you think propane, think Appalachian Propane, a division of the Thomas Oil Company since 1960. Remember, go green and think clean with Appalachian Propane.
Welcome back to our TBR Supply House post-game show. Jeremy Green here with Donna Enos, and we have Coach Chad Cheatham on his way to Donna's broadcast location, trying to get ready after a big celebration. We'll have him in just a moment. But once again, big win here for Fannin, 42-28, and a lot of celebration as they prepare to welcome in Rabun County in the non-region slate this year, and so a lot of exciting games ahead for them. And of course, Gilmer will welcome in Union as we continue with some of those interesting non-region matchups. For just a second, I want to recognize our friends down in Pickens who will be hosting Pepperell tonight. They're already trailing 14-0. That game will resume at 6 o'clock this evening. So if you're at home watching, looking for something to do tonight, you can head down to Dragon Stadium in Jasper and watch Pickens under new head coach Craig Bennett. But once again, our game of the week here, a little bit wild, a little bit different. It is a Saturday afternoon. We started at 11 this morning. First half defined by a lot of miscues and mistakes for both teams, and especially in the penalty category. 7 penalties for the Rebels and 6 for the Cats in the first half. Fannin, though, able to clean that up. They go into halftime 14-14, and they come out and really dominate in that second half. Offense clicking on all cylinders, and so congratulations to the Rebels. We have now down on the field with Donna Enos, head coach of the Fannin Rebels, Chad Cheatham, and Coach, we're glad to hear you talking with Coach Cheatham.
Yes, here I've got Coach Cheatham. First thing I want to say is congratulations. I mean, this was such an unusual circumstance, and so, you know, tell us first of all how your kids made the adaptation to come today after a long night last night.
Well, we got them home pretty quick, and I told them all on text and everything. I was making sure everybody was in the bed by 11 so that we could get at least 8 hours. Got in about 7, fed them really good, went through a walkthrough, got them used to it again. And, you know, unusual circumstances it is, but, you know, there's a lot of people in North Georgia in that same boat. You know, you can only control what you can control. And Coach Standard couldn't control it. I couldn't control it. They couldn't control it up in Rockmart. I mean, it is what it is. Our kids were resilient. I think they were hungry, and I think Gilmer was hungry. It just happened to bounce in our favor a little bit today.
You know, of course, there was some mistakes, which you expect for the first game of the season, but looked like you made some great halftime adjustments. Your kids just really, I mean, they handled the heat. I know everybody had cramps, but just seems like they were really well conditioned, and congrats on the adjustments you made.
Well, I mean, we knew obviously 4 is special, and 34 and 35 and 10 and 43. I mean, I can go on 54. I could go on forever. And we didn't do a very good job on their trips over stuff, and they were getting us on the option. But man, hats off to those guys. Tremendous job, that coaching staff. I love all of them, and they do a heck of a job. Paul's one of my best friends in the world, and you know, I just we had a great week of preparation. I think Monday we kind of changed some things, and it wasn't really, not necessarily, it wasn't from a football standpoint. I think we changed a little bit spiritually. I think we changed a little bit mentally. We started to make a little culture change there where we were going to hold each other accountable for our mistakes, and there's nothing more satisfying than teaching kids character and then seeing that go forward on the field. And I think that was the most important thing for us this week.
Well, they look great, and you know, it was a great day to be out here and to play this game as a rival game and make the adjustments you had to make with the weather and the, you know, Saturday day, you know, game. So we appreciate you making the walk back down the field here to talk to us. So thank you so much.
Thank you guys for all you do. I appreciate y'all all the time. God is good all the time. We appreciate it. It was special
to be able to celebrate John, the life of John, Luke's brother, and you know, we knew that was going to be something that was special for us. I know he's looking down, he carried us through, but so this was for you, buddy.
Hey, good luck the rest of the year. Thank you. Coach Chad Cheatham, we appreciate him making the long walk back down the field here to talk to us, and look forward to next week.
Yeah, so thanks to Coach Cheatham. And once again, he mentioned John Holzenbeck and their motto this year, 52 reasons they celebrate his life. And this is a big win. We're glad and happy for him. Looking forward to more football, though. So next Friday night, tune in to us again, 7 o'clock, countdown to kickoff, and the kick at 7:30. Live coverage of football on ETC3. We've got a great year ahead of us. Thanks for being with us, and have a great Saturday.
Since 1994, North Georgia has called on Appalachian Propane for all its propane needs. Why propane? It's extremely affordable, efficient, and most of all, clean burning. Go green and think clean with propane. Our exceptional customer service and affordable rate has made us the best choice for residential, business, and farms throughout North Georgia. So the next time you think propane, think Appalachian Propane, a division of the Thomas Oil Company since 1960. Remember, go green and think clean with Appalachian Propane. Since 1994, North Georgia has called on Appalachian Propane for all its propane needs. Why propane? It's extremely affordable, efficient, and most of all, clean burning. Go green and think clean with propane. Our exceptional customer service and affordable rate has made us the best choice for residential, business, and farms throughout North Georgia. So the next time you think propane, think Appalachian Propane, a division of the Thomas Oil Company since 1960. Remember, go green and think clean with Appalachian Propane.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire, and how to control the flames.